Can I start?
It says going live. I'll let you know when it's
Okay.
ready, and then we'll just do like a quick hi and okay,
Perfect.
looks like it's starting to go through YouTube. Let's see if it's working on Element. Yes, it is. All right. So we are ready to go for day 3 of the Creative Freedom Summit. And we're here to welcome Carolina and Andy for building an open source community beyond the code. So take it away.
Good. Hi, everybody. So we're going to have this call today, building our open source community beyond the code. I'm Carolina. I'm the community advocate in Pempot, and I'm with Andy. He's the UX designer and a product owner on Pempot. So I'm gonna briefly explain what is Pempot because we already had 2 calls talking about Pempot in this event. So Pempot is the open source design platform for design and code collaboration. So using open standards and open source, we are trying to streamline the collaboration between developers and designers. We have a few metrics for you from our community. So we have more than 500,000 users. We have many projects, 25K GitHub that we just got in this last month, and 32 languages that Pempot is being translated to. And today we're going to talk about how we can make this community a bit more open, a bit more inclusive, and a bit more diverse. And also, Andy is going to bring and how this community is shaping Pempot as a product. So let's start with how we're actually making this community open, inclusive, and diverse. We are bringing some actions that we are taking on Pempot daily to try to make this possible. So first is a motto that we have that we say open by default. So we try to have everything and all the conversations that we have open. Not only the source of the code is open, but everything else we try to be open. One of the examples is our product manager tool. It's open for anyone to see, anyone to view the features that are being developed and which stage they are, the conversations we're having on this platform and also the backlog, the new features that will come in the future. So everything is there for anyone to be able to see. Another thing we like to do is like this sneak peeks situations that we share within the community space, a little bit of what we are developing and which stage it is and how we're thinking about developing. So we did a lot with grid layout. That's a feature that's coming up. We did many sneak peeks in every single phase of the grid layout. We even this is a blog post when we did a little demo in the Pempot Fest about this feature, and we are about to launch in the next weeks. Another thing we try to do actively is seeking for diversity, and not only meaning in specific places, but in many things like role, gender, abilities, geographically. I will talk a little bit more what we're doing geographically about it. So we're seeking geography in many ways and many areas when we're working with Pempot community. First, the one we try to do is do a diversity even where we're not online. It's easier to do when you're online because anyone can just connect. But when we are offline, it is also a really important moment for us. We try to bring people from everywhere. And in our Pempot Fest, we have speakers from Brazil, from Africa, from all the other places that we're not only in Barcelona that we were based. Also, another thing we try to do is to be in the right places. In the beginning, when we started Pempot, because we started our open source project, we were only on GitHub. But knowing our community, knowing our users, we knew that we're not supposed to be the only right place to be. We are also there, we're still there, but we knew that we would need a more not that friendly space. So we open up our forum that we have for the community, and then everybody can contribute new conversations there. And also, we have the right way to do it. Sometimes when we are dealing with open source, we are so much focused on the code part and how the code they do the documentations, but we knew that because we are a designer community also, we needed to be visual. So we needed to rethink how to communicate, how to be there more a visual way. So we try to do a lot of videos and use icons and be a bit more visual. So we're doing the right way for also to be more inclusive. This is one rules that we like to say. The community is not only support. Yes, sometimes is support, but we are not looking them only support. We are looking them as part of the team, part of the products. They're also building the project. Until later is gonna tell how they are influencing the project, and so we bring them in the team. And the last thing, we like to acknowledge and appreciate every single contribution. So every time that we have a contribution, can be a smaller one, can be one comment about a feedback in the community. We're always trying to respond that, thank you, the person, or can be a big, maybe like a code contribution that we had in the source. I have one example. Next, yes, that is the Dalai. He's from the Blender team, and he had a core contribution in our code a few months ago, and we gave the kudos on our in our main page, giving all the kudos to everybody who were part of that contributions in that moment, and he thanked us for thanking him. So that was a nice like loop that we had there. And he was appreciating that we appreciate him. So now, Wendy.
Okay, it seems that this is my turn. I hope I passed the slides well. Carol. um, so, how the community is shaping PenPod. I'm going to talk a bit, very briefly, about how the community has a direct impact in our product roadmap, because we can say that for a fact. What is the product today? How the product behaves, it's a direct consequence of the ideas, the contributions, the feedback, the expressed needs, every interaction that we're having with the community. And they affect us in terms of prioritizing what we do. So yeah, we can say for the fact that we are building this product with the community. This is a tweet from, let me see the date, 2021, February 24. This is the day that we launched our very first alpha version. And immediately we got messages like this one, people willing to contribute. You say this one, all right? This is the revolution, rocket, rocket, rocket. I love the rockets here. And how can I contribute? So our first answer to this type of requests were, okay, we have our code guidelines upload online. There are published, they are open. You can find them at GitHub, and you can contribute to the code the same way that as we do. And also, by the way, it's Clojure. I hope this is not going to be a problem. And yeah, we hope to get a lot of contributions like this one. The truth is that this is not like a best practice. Okay, this didn't work out well. This didn't work out as we expected. Okay, the truth was that we were not prepared. We were not prepared to understand how open source contributions exist and how open source contribution can be done in a proper way. And this is why we needed to rethink the ways that we were providing paths to contribute to our product. Okay, this idea that we have like a very restricted idea of what the contribution was. We were thinking about adding lines of code and also about acting as if you were already one member of the project, of the project and of the product. This was like we were not understanding the open source way. So we started asking ourselves again, what is a contribution? Okay, it's about lines of code. Okay, no, a contribution in our project at least should be anything that can have value to the project. Okay, and in this slide I have this short sentence. First contribution is to say hi, which is an idea that I stole from someone that I think is much smarter than I. But yeah, I'm gonna borrow for today. The idea behind this sentence, first contribution is to say hi, is that to start contributing to a project, to an open source project, you should start knowing the maintainers. You should start introducing yourself. You should start saying who you are, what is your expertise, what are your skills, and start getting to know each other and trying to find out together how to start helping. Having this in mind, we started to think in different ways to contribute to our project, to PenPad. And these libraries and templates, it's one of our main types of contribution today. And you see, this is not about code. Those are designs that people share with us, share with the community, and share in a way that other community members can benefit from them. And again, we're not talking here about code. We are talking about, designs with PenPad. Also, we have many contributions related to translations. We are using, by the way, we're using Weblate, which is an open source project, which we are huge fans of, and is helping us to manage a lot of translations. So today, PenPad is translated to, I think, 30 languages, from which the PenPad team, we only are maintainers of 2 of them. So the rest have been added and maintained by the community. Many thanks to the community from here. It's a great example of other way to contribute beyond the code. But we have many more ways to contribute to the project, like reporting back, creating tutorials, participating in the documentation, advocacy and outreach. This is really important, and we encourage you to do that. And the mere fact of joining the community, joining the conversation, using PenPad can help us to advance in the project. Those are only some ideas. We have many more. But I also wanted to talk about a very specific type of contributions, which is product design contributions. In the open source world, this is kind of hard. In my opinion, in the industry, this is a problem that still needs to be cracked. And maybe there are reasons behind the fact that these contributions are so hard. Okay, when I talk about product design contributions, I talk in my head. It's something like the equivalent to core code contributions, but for user experience. Okay, just to be clear. So what we believe is that there are reasons behind, like the ones that are described in the slide. Designers don't know that this exists. Designer tools are not well integrated in open source, which is something that we're trying to help with PenPad, and processes are not clear. So yeah, this is a problem that we want to crack. We want to help to crack, but yeah, it's been difficult. In any case, we have a fairly recent counterexample with this contribution that we have from a small group of Canonical designers from Canonical, the company behind Ubuntu. They did an analysis of one of our main features for our upcoming release, which is grid layout. It's a very experimental feature. And they did a great job here, but what they did before that, what they did before doing this analysis was to say hi to us. They reached us, they emailed us, and they say, hey, how can we help? We want to dedicate our Hacktoberfest to Penpot, and we have some ideas, and we can do that, but we'd like to talk with you about this. And we have some interchange of opinions, and we offer them some possibilities to contribute to Penpot. And in the end, they decided that with the information they had, the motivation that they had, they wanted to do this profound analysis of grid layout. And yeah, it was great. They gave us a lot of ideas. And we not only did this, but we also did an activity that we decided to do when some feature that we want to launch, we understand that has a high complexity. There's a high uncertainty about how this feature is going to be understood and how it's going to be how it's going to work, if it's going to be useful for our end users. And we decided to do also a beta test. We had like around 100 volunteers. A lot of them were designers, which is great news. We're talking about open source, I remind. And from this beta test, we decided to implement more than 30 improvements. Okay, so the shape of grid layout that I show in the talk before in Wednesday, I think, no, Tuesday. The current set of this grid layout, it's a direct product of this interaction from the community. Okay, there are a lot of ideas, a lot of proposals of community members in the thing that we are going to release soon in this grid layout feature. Okay, more. But this doesn't happen magically. And some tips that I want to give about how to facilitate those contributions. One of them is to provide as many information and resources and make it public to be available to anyone that want to contribute. Because it's not only about reading the manual, okay? It's about more things. Okay. Also, we try to provide clear paths about how to start. This is an example of how in our community space, we created a post in which we did a breakdown of some initiatives or issues in which people could contribute. And it worked pretty out well, yeah. And one way to give this path, to provide this path, is to use some things that are broadly used, like good first issues. I don't know if you know good first issues. It's like a curated list that GitHub provides if you tag properly your issues at GitHub. And people try to go to these good first issues to find ways to easily contribute. We use them, and this got like fairly good results as well. Okay, and yeah, I think we are near to the end. I just wanted to talk about my main takeaway in terms of how to encourage people to contribute to the project. My idea is that a lot of times providing a clear path to a contributor to solve an issue could be could take more time than solving the issue itself, but it worth the effort, because I really think that we as product people, not only designers, not only developers, managers, everyone who is participating in the project. We should prioritize contributions, especially specifically in open source. And we should prioritize them the same way that we prioritize the features, because I believe that, at least in our case, we're building not only a product, but a community. And that was it. Carol, do you want to close?
Yes. So yeah, we just want to highlight some for you. Do not forget about it. What we talk. So be open, open source, of course, always, but also open design. Having sure that your designs are there for your community. Open in conversations, having all the conversations possible in open that the community can be part, and also seek diversity, not only in genders, roles, also geographic. Make sure that all activities you do, you are thinking in these areas, how I can bring more people from other ways, other roles, I can be a less depth focus on my community and a little bit more for other types of roles that we have in out there. Always acknowledge and appreciate any contribution, even the smaller contributions. I appreciate it, because it always gives you back from more and more the community. And prioritize your contribution, as Andy was saying. Prioritize it, because if you don't focus on the contribution since the beginning, it's harder and harder to you to warm up your community. So since the beginning, the community has to be the focus of your project and always being there for you. So thank you for everybody who is here hearing us. Hear a little bit of more information about Penpot and Andy and I'm, and we are open for questions if anyone has questions.
There are a couple questions.
Great.
So the first here is initiating a community around Penpot, or anything really, is a lot of work. Did you bring on dedicated team members to help manage the community?
I can say for myself, I am the community manager. I do a little bit more than only community advocacy, but I do. It's part of my job position. It is being at least part time, looking for them. But in the beginning, before I joined, there was like 2 years after I joined Penpot, it was the whole Penpot team doing all the effort and doing the product team, everybody. One thing that we like to say, like even that I have the title, anyone in the team is also looking for the community, talking to the community. We don't like to be the only one woman job. We as the community is part of our team. We feel we also are part of the community. So if it's just me there giving them the attention, I'm first. I don't have all the possible backgrounds and things to say. Maybe Andy can explain something better, or maybe someone from Dev can explain something better. So always the whole team is nice to have, but also it's nice to have someone at least part-time looking the community. Yes.
Yeah, as a community manager myself, I'm in the same exact position. But a role needs to be there, in my opinion, to help really facilitate
Yeah.
the community as a whole. Thank you for that. So there's another question here. So what can communities that use Penpot, like Fedora, do to help build the Penpot community?
It, of course, contribute in the many ways that we said. You could give us templates, translations, and so on. But especially Fedora or any community that is really like design focused, we would love to have conversations on how to implement more core product design contributions to Penpot or to any other community. It's something that we have discussed with the Canonical team also. They were also starting to figure out how to bring more contributions in the core of the design. But we would love to have more people in this conversation. But contribute with anything you can. You can maybe translate for your language, or you can just give us feedback, or I don't know. We have so many ways of contributes that is just be part of.
Yeah,
And,
I
and
think
also,
that. Oh, go
sorry.
ahead.
Yeah, that to be fair, I have to say that you at Fedora are already contributing to PenPod. If you were at yesterday's talk by Maureen, the mere fact that she was doing this talk, in our opinion, is a contribution. But she also mentioned that she raised issues at GitHub. She started conversations with us. She made proposals. So, and I know that it's not only her, okay? And we're really grateful for that. Yeah.
Yes.
That's great. Yeah, I think individual contributions are awesome and what it's all built on. But I think, with a project like Fedora, like we have a big platform, so maybe we could do even more to help out, maybe with marketing or something like that. Like I think that there's some opportunities there.
Yes.
I was the one who secretly posed this question.
Oh, wow. We should
so
talk.
so
We should talk
anyway,
later.
I had some thoughts and ideas, but thank you so much. There's no more questions for right now, but we really appreciate you coming and being part of the Creative Freedom Summit. It's been awesome. We've had 3 pen pot talks and they've all been a great success. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for having us. Whoever, if it's Fedora team or anyone that is watching wants to contribute with PenPod, just talk with us. Say hi is what we say is the first contribution. So just come and say hi to us. And yeah, thank you so much for everything.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to
Bye.
move to our next session here momentarily. I think we'll wave farewell to you folks here. And the next session we have is a pre-recorded talk. So that means I'm going to change the widget in Element, and I'm going to ask everyone to click play. Last year we had all live sessions, which worked really great. But this year we did offer pre-recorded sessions. So that means that the experience is a little bit different and we're kind of feeling out how that's going. But first I'm going to have Zeke come into the chat and say hi, and then we'll get that widget set up in Element. Hi, Zeke. Are you there? Can you hear us? Just typing to them in the chat to see. I don't want to switch out the stream preemptively. Oh, okay. Hi, Zeke.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, there you are. How are you?
To see.
Oh, we're getting a little bit of a loop with the sound.
Okay, can you hear me now? Fine.
Yeah, how are you doing today?
Yes, fine, Marie. How are you?
Great.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here. So momentarily, we're gonna put your video up in the element chat here, and then we're gonna ask folks to play that, and then we'll gather questions and take about the last 10 minutes to talk about those questions. All right?
Mm. All right, no problem. Go ahead.
Okay. Looking for it to go live. It's just giving a spinny wheel. Okay. All right. It looks like we are now live again. Gotta mute myself in the other tab. Thank you so much for that presentation. It was very detailed and thorough. I really enjoyed that. So we do have a
Okay.
couple questions for you. Let's see here
Yeah.
if I can get to them. Okay. So the first question is, does this setup require a lot of electrical power to run?
So it really depends on the hub that you're using or the hardware that you're using for the server. Basically, what I used initially was really like an Intel-based 1.6G, 8G RAM. So basically, typical PC usage type of power. But like I mentioned, one of the things that you could really do is using the newer models of the Raspberry Pi. So basically, that should really bring the power usage a little bit to a manageable level. So I would really recommend, if you were starting to do this, that you kind of go that route. But when we started, obviously it was a little bit early in the game. But the idea is to really have like a beefy type of system. So you really have quite a bit, since there's quite a bit of moving parts going on.
Awesome. Okay. I think that covers that one. We have another question here. So this person asks, I noticed you mentioned power outages being frequent. What do you use for a backup?
Okay, so in this part of the world, really, solar is really the main backup option. Basically, a UPS only gets you a few hours, but really, what we do is set up an extra solar panel and basically run it off of that. So I really spent quite a great deal of time configuring the system to really have the alternate power kicking as soon as the other mains kind of went out.
I'm just jotting this down right now. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. We have another question. Can a Linux based smart home be used in place of the Raspberry Pi for this setup? For example, a Pine phone?
So I haven't tested on a Pine phone type of setup, but basically, as long as it's Linux, because one of the things, and I did mention this, is I try to I made a very early decision to kind of compile most of the packages. So the idea was that if you could compile a package on any Linux distro, not just Fedora, but any Linux distro, then you should be able to run it okay. So yeah, actually, I think you would want to do that. I would love to hear if it actually comes through well, but yeah, the idea is that you're pretty much compiling most of the key packages you can compile from source, which actually turned out to be a very good decision to begin with. But yes, I think you could do that. Like they say, your mileage might vary, but I think you can do that.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That will be great for our Pine phone enthusiasts. The last question here is, can you share the links from the last slide?
Yes, I can do that. And basically, I will do that in the chat. And also, if you're following me on either Mastodon or X, but I'll be sending that through shortly.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, Zeke, for participating and presenting, and all the effort that went into your talk and sharing all the work that you've done. It's really awesome. We're about to go on to a break, so we'll see y'all back here very soon.
Thank you, Marie.
You're welcome. Emma, are you still there?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay, so we've had a request to try some testing here for
I was reading it in the chat there.
yeah, so I have VLC set up on
Okay.
my computer, and since we were just watching this session, let's see if we can do this. Okay, so I'm going to open it with VLC. I'm going to pause it real quick, and then I'm going to go to Jitsi and share this and see if it's gonna work. Of course, Chrome has crashed like so many times when I've tried to share things. So let's see how it goes. Okay, I'm gonna check sharing my window, and I'm gonna check VLC. To share audio, share a tab instead. That's interesting. Let's try this first.
Sorry, Roland put in the chat room, Chrome got stage fright. Really funny.
All right, so I put in VLC. Now, let's see where I need to find the share audio. If you want to share your screen and audio, you need to restart your screen sharing and check the share audio option. Well, you know what? Let me just test this first. So, Emma, could you hear that or no?
I could hear it, but it was very faint.
So maybe through my microphone or something, or my headphones?
It could have been that, yeah.
Okay. So let's see here. Settings, audio, default. Audio output. Roland put here in the chat what I need to do. I think. Let's see if I scroll back. Okay, play the normal video, screen share, and set the mic input to monitor input. So let's see. My dog is whining at me too. Hi, Sienna. Where do I see the mic input? That's a good question.
Oh, is it on Jitsi? There's the little arrow pointing up. Is that what that means?
The arrow pointing up.
On Jitsi, the microphone icon.
Oh, yes. Let's see. Okay. Microphone. Same as system. There's this audio coprocessor stereo. I have a feeling that's just my regular computer. And then there's the Razer Barracuda, which is my headset.
Oh, okay.
I found the virtual backgrounds. We got to try one out. I like my background, but here I am in a field. Okay.
Oh my
Sorry,
God,
I got to.
that.
Yeah, it's on the up. Yeah.
Here I am in the fields.
Yeah, it's on the up arrow. Try setting it to the monitor of your output. So I only have one screen right now, Roland. I don't know if that makes a difference with what you mean. The monitor of your output. Do you know what that means?
I would have thought the same as you, and like, oh, it's my screen.
Yeah, like, let's see, share audio. Stop. If you want to share, Roland's gonna send a screenshot.
Nice. Oh,
Mine doesn't have that many options. I guess I could screenshot what I'm seeing. Monitor of. You have some fancy stuff going on there. I do wonder if it's. Let's see. Oh, maybe I should have noise suppression clicked. Okay. Oh, I think I've lost Emma. Hi, Emma.
sorry, I did something and I don't know what I did, so I just said I didn't come back to reset it.
Yeah, that's very ditzy. Okay. So I guess Roland has seen what I put into the chat.
Oh yeah, he's typing.
There's no monitor on your system.
Nice.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not sure what. Turns out I don't have it. Oh, pipe wire GUI. All right, if I don't let this dog out, she's gonna lose it. So give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, Emma, I'm back. All right.
Hello.
Just looking at this screenshot here, I'm like, ooh.
Oh, I know, it looks really scary.
Releases. Okay. Okay, I'm on the page. Does this mean I need to do some, like, I'm guessing that means I need to install this. But I'm honestly not sure how. It's not usually how I interact with my system, but let's see.
Yeah, I'm not the
Is
best
it
with this
this?
kind of stuff either.
Okay, I found it in apps, so I'm just gonna install it
Oh,
like
okay.
that. That's helpful.
Handy.
Yes. Okay, it's doing its thing. Let us see. Okay, it's installing. Needs a minute probably. So, not sure if I'm guessing I'm gonna have to like redo.
Right. Hello.
So when I went to stop sharing my screen, that's when Chrome crashes.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
You can share the screen, but once you stop, you are banished. So
So weird.
let's see. Yeah. Okay. The QPW graph is installed. Uh, see what happens. How's everybody doing today there in the chat? Oh, that was like the ghost me that left.
I was
That
wondering. I
wasn't,
was like, oh, okay.
that wasn't the me that left. The dog is still in the hallway. I think she's just upset that I'm like in the office today and nobody else is home.
Oh,
Yeah, she's like, we should go sit on the couch. Like that would be much better than your office.
it would, to be honest.
Not wrong. She's not wrong.
Exactly. She's just looking out for you, you know?
I kind of feel she's looking out for herself, but I hear you. She's one of those dogs that like wants to be close to you all the time. So, but like also needs comfort. So it's like, there's some scales to balance for her.
Yeah.
She's like, do I just stand here and look at you and be close to you, or do I go downstairs and sit on the couch by myself? I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't pay attention to you anyway, dear doggy. All right, no one's telling me how they're doing in the chat, but I am up to hear it. I'm kind of curious what people are thinking about this year's event, if they have feedback for us. We also do have an attendee survey, and as like we're closing out the final day, like it would be so great if folks could spend a few minutes giving us your feedback. We tried to make the survey not too long, so hopefully it just takes a couple of minutes to fill out for us. And we do read them. We do our best to do something with the feedback that we get. We're a small team, so we're trying to, you know, like I said, do the best we can with the people that we have and the time that we have, but we always want to strive to improve. So Emma just dropped the link for the attendee survey in the chat. So if at some point today you're able to take a few minutes and give us some feedback, that would be great. Okay. I'm going to say I also downloaded VLC like during the last session, and that took about 2 minutes, and this one is on 33%. So I don't know if this thing is huge or what. No, it's not. It's only like 271 kilobytes. I don't know. Just taking its time. People say they're doing great, doing well. Glad to hear that.
That's good.
Glad you're here. Let's see here. So this year we chose to prioritize content over social hours. Last year we had 3 socials, like one a day, and some of them were well attended, some of them were less well attended, and we had maybe like, I don't know, like 8 to 12 people join for the social sessions, but we didn't necessarily think like that was a super valuable use of the time. We were like, oh, there's all these great sessions, submissions, like proposals for talks, and we want to accept as many of them as we can. So we chose to do content over socials. But, I'm just curious if people who were here last year are missing that. Newcomers might be like, oh, I'd love a chance to get on like a call and chat with people and connect like that. So, just looking for feedback about like social sessions, if like next year we should bring those back, or if it's fine like just the way it is and you're more here for the content anyways. So if you're up to share about that, feel free. Okay, so Roland's screenshot still looks confusing, but I think we'll get there.
Okay.
We're at 50% with this download, and I'm not sure. I just want to try to fill the airtime with all of me just talking at you.
I feel like Roland should submit a talk next year about how to do this.
Right?
Stream a video.
Like streaming video for entire like newbies to streaming videos.
Yeah.
Like I think honestly for content creators, I think it would be great, especially newbies like us. I'm like, yes, I can put an encoder into a field and make a stream happen, but like all the stuff with OBS and
Yeah. It's something I need to look into.
Roland says he'll plan for it.
Woo.
Yeah.
Or if
And
you would
apparently
like to help
there's
us.
Oh, go
I was
ahead.
going to say if you wanted to join the organizational team next year as well. Or if anyone would like to, feel free.
Yes, Emma, thank you for bringing this up. It's a great time to talk about this. Last year we did have a couple more people on the team, but as everyone knows, like lives change and new projects come in and new commitments and that sort of thing. So we have 4 of us this year, which is great. And of course, help from like the Fedora marketing team and our sponsors and media partners to help us promote the event. But we are looking for people to join the organizing team. Like the more people we can get, the more we can do with the event, the more smooth of an experience we can create for people. And we invite you to join us. We hope that you are interested in joining us. And the place to show your interest would be, in the Element chat. We have an organizers chat where we work on all this stuff, and we'll add you over there and you can get involved in our meetings and that sort of thing. So I think last year for this event, we started like really digging into the organizing like September, October. We tried to like start earlier than we did last year, but I think with the CFP and some of the other stuff we were trying to do, we probably could have started just like a little bit earlier. The first edition, we invited speakers because it was like a brand new event. And we were like, no one's going to know about this. Like, why would they submit to a call for proposals when they're like, what is this thing? So we kind of wanted to try to establish like a little bit of a baseline of what the event was all about, give people a taste for that, and then do, people were like, we want to talk here. So that's where the CFP came from. So anyways, I think the point is we'd probably start organizing in like August. And we meet on like a bi-weekly basis for about an hour, and we get maybe an hour or two of work, if you will, like out of those meetings. And then once we get a little closer to the event, like November, December, and January, we're meeting on a weekly basis, and we're probably doing maybe closer to 2, sometimes 3 hours of work a week, but with more people. Hopefully that wouldn't be quite as heavy. So I just wanted to give folks a picture of what, contributing or being a part of the organizing team for the summit looks like. And I hope that was a good overview. If anyone has more questions about what it would look like to get involved and what you could do or what you wanted to contribute. And then after the event, we have folks who are working on video editing. We had a great team of people doing that last year. So appreciative and grateful for their work. And that needs to happen again this year. So there's 2 people in the chat already have volunteered to help out with that. I think one returning person and Roland, who's willing to jump on this year to help out. But we could always use more help with that. Video editing is very time consuming. And if you have those skills and it might be, fun or relaxing for you, or an easier way to contribute, or maybe you want to learn the skill, like I think all of those reasons would be great. And we would so very much welcome and appreciate your contributions for that as well. All right, let's see where this is at. Oh, we're at 90%. Very close. Since we're on here just talking, if you're a Fedora community member, there is a Fedora badge to earn for attending the event. And of course, it's a nice metric for us to see how many Fedorans are involved. So I'm going to drop that link into the chat here. If you're a Fedora project contributor, community member, make sure that you claim your Fedora badge. Now I'm actually kind of curious, like how many times it's been awarded.
Same, I'm literally on that.
Oh, you're looking? I think when I checked yesterday, it was 30.
Ooh.
It's just pretty good.
Yeah, 31 times.
All right. Well, I think that there are probably more Fedorans here than 30 of us. Maybe not. But if you are a Fedoran, make sure to grab that badge. Emma, what's your ranking on Fedora badges?
Oh my god, mine's really not great.
No.
I'll have to log in. One sec. I think you're like number 1 or something, are you?
No. You're
high up there though.
I'm 53.
That's good.
Yeah, that's the highest ranking I've reached to at this point.
Let me see. I'm 2,456.
There's like 60,000 people on there though. Like what's your percentage? I think it reads it to you.
3.2. Oh, I mean, it's like the amount I have. or I'm in the top 4.08% of users.
That's right. So that's like, even if you're a 2000, that's actually really good. So the folks at the very top of the leaderboard have been like vying for the #1 spot, like back and forth for years.
Gosh.
Yeah, you can see the leaderboard, and it's like it's been the same dozen-ish people for a very long time because those people have done a ton in Fedora. I also think because of the move to Fedora messaging, we haven't automated as much stuff because if you know, Badges still runs on Fed message, but the new Fedora system's Fedora messaging. Anyway, point is, there's probably some movement that needs to happen on the leaderboard, but because we don't have Fedora messaging there yet, it's been a challenge. So, that's also probably why the same like dozen people have been there. And surprisingly, like I don't think like Matthew is on, maybe he's not in the top 5. Let me see.
He's number 10.
He's number 10. Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah.
Looking for the all-time leaderboard right now.
Churchyard is number 1. But NB is like right behind him.
Okay, QPW graph is open and it is definitely confusing. Actually, can I just share this screen and you guys could walk me through it? Oh. Okay, that's still confusing.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. Should I share my screen then? I'll share this. Of course, I'll probably drop after, but that's fine. Okay, so that's what mine looks like.
Nice.
It's a little confusing, but let's see. Oh, is VLC open? Okay, VLC is open. I'm just trying to kind of like organize this so that it makes more sense. Okay, I can see things now. So switching to browser. Okay, so I see in your screenshot, Roland, that VLC like is showing up inside of this. For me, I actually don't see it there. So maybe I wonder if if open makes sense. No. Okay, I see. It's like you can save your preset settings here. Edit? No.
VLC is there now in the middle. Or
It
is it
is.
something different?
Oh, I see it. Okay, so maybe edit, and can I connect this one and this one?
Maybe
Video.
click the
Okay,
green
VL has to
button.
be. Okay, so let's play that. Turning this down. So okay. So VLC is going. I have this open. I have it on edit mode. do I draw a new line? Maybe I shift and I connect
The
these
bedrock
two.
for
Oh yeah,
each of the
did it.
smart home devices you see out there on the
Okay.
market.
Oh, I can hear it now.
I'm also
You can?
hopeful
Yeah.
that you will gain some insights
Okay, hold
on
on.
how to build some
I'm
very
like
cool
very excited about
features
this.
and
Let me pause it. And I guess maybe I have to click like save or something. Or is just
Say so.
okay. Let's just try that. VLC to Jitsi audio setup. Just saving that. Okay. So I'm gonna click off edit. And then I'm gonna stop.
And she's gone. I can't hear you. No, I can't hear anything. No.
Is it picking up even?
Oh, you're now. I can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me now. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I think you have to reconnect VLC whenever it starts to play. I haven't figured out how to get QPW graph to preserve the setup. Okay. So by the way, the next person is going to share pre-recorded video. So let's see how it goes, but we could always have them set this up. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to try to share my screen and play.
Okay.
But you know, sharing the screen is a little touchy. So let's see. Okay, so it is sharing. Let me check this. VLC. So connect those two. Is it working?
No.
All right, let's see here. What if I do this too? Connect these two. Okay.
experiences using
Oh,
Fedora Linux to
It's
create a
working?
private and
yeah, I
locally
can hear now.
home hub. I'm hoping
So
that
you see the
during this
video,
talk,
you hear the
many
audio.
of you, especially
Yeah, I
those
can see the video. It hasn't moved like
who are,
anything. It has a... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's
specifically
working.
on Linux.
Yeah, it was just because it was just sitting on one screen. Okay,
Yeah.
so thank you, Roland. Today I've learned a very obscure way of like hacking my audio. Okay, it's obscure for me. So that we can get the sound connected. So we have a session coming up in about 6 minutes. I think Emma, you and I could take like a 2-minute break. And
Okay.
then we're going to have a pre-recorded session at the end of the day. So I'm going to try to use this setup to do it. Thankfully, it's the last session. So if like takes a minute to get it working, it's okay. But then we won't have to use the YouTube other widget and all the back and forth and everything like that. So
Yeah.
that'll be really cool. Okay. I'm going to stop. Wait, don't go anywhere yet, Emma. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And if it crashes, I might need you to let me back into the Jitsi.
Okay, no
Okay.
problem. She's gone again.
I know you're shocked, but Chrome crashed.
Oh. I love the little knock Jitsi does when someone wants to come in. I think it's so funny.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah, Emma and I are going to take a quick break here, and we will be back with our next session momentarily, which is level design across the ages, the immortality of Quake's .map format. So, see you soon. All right, we should be getting going here momentarily with the next speaker. Just waiting on them to join. Looks like they're using OBS. Just back. Let's see. All right, I just responded to their message there. So hopefully they are going to be joining momentarily. You look concerned, Emma.
I was looking at my budget for next month. No, it couldn't see, but I was concentrating. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was like, oh no, what's going on?
My concentration, babe. I just look concerned.
I think
The manager at a job once asked me why I looked so confused all the time. I was like, oh,
because
okay.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
No, this is just my face, actually.
Yeah.
So that would be like, there's RBF. That would be like RCF.
Yeah.
Resting confused face.
Yeah. Always.
Well, I hope they're able to find the room here. I think that, so previously the next speaker was going to have a pre-recorded talk, and they were like unsure if they wanted to do it that way or, present it live. But then when they realized they could share a video here, they were like, oh, I'll just do it that way. So we've had a little back and forth today about exactly how this session is going to run. So I think that they might be setting things up right now. So let's give them a couple more minutes. I just sent them like another email, so hopefully they see that here momentarily and join in.
Yeah.
There's no cats in here right now. There's actually 3 cats in this house, and I have none in this room right now, which just seems regrettable. Let's see.
It's unusual.
Okay, one came. Come here. Say hi. Here's Ruby.
Hi, Ruby.
She's like, Mother, just snuggle me. Actually, don't. Actually, I just want to show my butt to the camera. It's normal cat stuff. This is for you, by you. Boop, boop. She's both like the sweetest. Well, no, I can't. She's the sweetest. She's like the cuddliest and the rudest baby we have in the house. She's the one that terrorizes like all the other cats. She just
The
rubbed
boss.
on the mic. She's saying hi to everybody.
Aw.
She's like, Mom, stop. I need independence. I need freedom. She's a good girl. Mostly. Except when she's not. I have a nickname for her, but it's not safe for this audience. So, well, she.
Okay.
Well, so her name's Ruby. So like, her main other nickname is Rude Bee, like Rude Bee, and then like
Okay.
there's all kinds of variations of that, like Sweets Bee or Cuddles Bee. So then there's one that's like. I'm not gonna say it. We're streaming on like a family-friendly channel, so it's when she's being particularly rude.
Okay. I think we can guess.
So I'm a little concerned that we haven't connected with Circle yet. Let's see. But I mean, I think since there was like a bit of back and forth and confusion about how they were going to present, that might be the cause for this delay. I don't plan to just sit here for an hour waiting for them, but I'm not sure when I should like call this.
Is it an hour long session?
Yeah, this one was an hour long. Yeah.
Okay.
Could wait a few more minutes and then see what happens, but I also don't want it to go too far into the next. Like, I don't want this one to interrupt the next talk, so.
Yeah, I getcha.
We do have some squish planned in there if we need to go over by like, well, it would push the next session and then we could go into the next half hour, but I want to make sure we're respecting people's time.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, there we go.
Yay! Hi there.
Hi.
Welcome.
Yeah, sorry about that. Everything decided to go wrong at the last minute, and I had to reboot my PC.
I know this feeling. It is very familiar, and no worries.
Yeah.
What can we do to help you get going?
I've never used the software before, so I guess I just need like a way to see now, share video, show whiteboard. I guess there's no screen sharing function, if that's...
I can see your screen.
Well, I see the whiteboard.
Okay. So when you click start screen sharing, it should give you an option like share a tab, share a window, or
Okay.
something like that. So I think you might have to go to
Okay. All
the
right.
little start screen sharing thing.
All right. Well, in that case,
I'll hide the whiteboard.
oop. Might want to mute that. I am busy. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, I have a lot of things to set up. CD. Okay, CD. Okay. Ventana o pantalla. We will just share the entire screen.
Sounds good. Yep, we can see that.
Okay. How do I hide the whiteboard? Oh, there we go. And now it's fractal. Okay, so I guess I will get started, if that's all right with everyone present.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the stream is going through to the element chat, and it is. So, yep, we're going to jump off camera and let you take it away. We're starting
Okay.
a couple minutes late, and we have a speaker right after you. So, we'll come on like a few minutes before the end of your time and moderate any questions for you.
All right, yeah, just let me know, because I didn't set up Matrix either. I've never used that before, so
No worries.
yeah,
We can moderate that.
Yeah, all right, thank you so much. Let's see now. Now. Q3 start. Actually, we'll just... And I guess we'll go to... Huh. I am totally unprepared for this. I am so sorry. I guess the best place to start would be to simply go into the game. So my presentation is about Quake, Quake's file format, and sort of, I titled this presentation the Immortality of Quake's map format, because I noticed while working with a friend that not a lot changed in the file format itself. Between, sort of like these major revisions of these games, all the way up till Doom 3. So I got it into my head that it would be neat to give a presentation like this. So Quake was sort of touted as like the... I don't know, like a lot of praise and sort of a lot of, sort of like turning point in history stuff was kind of heaped onto Quake. That like it wasn't exactly the first 3D game, to have come out. There were plenty that came before it, but like it certainly was probably the 3D game that was as fast as it was. I mean, looking at like what's on the screen before you right now, you got to understand, like back in 1996, this was wild to see. And like grabbing it off, of like file servers and BBSs and everything. like all the nerds in the day, you know, like we were just like absolutely enthralled that like our PCs could even handle it. And of course, like we're doing like 60 frames a second here, and that was not what we got, you know, back in 1996. But like it still blew us away, and it was still one of those things that like, you know, we were still trying to figure out like what computers could do. And Quake was one of those things that we could show like the layperson of just like, hey, look at this, you know, and maybe they really weren't, you know, into like the shooty games, but like it still looked impressive. And one of the things that really matters in terms of like why Quake is so important is not just that it was sort of like the 3D revolution that it was, and everybody like kind of puts like John Carmack, the programmer John Carmack, you know, who programmed like a lot of the renderers and everything at id Software, like onto this pedestal of like godhood, you know. But it was also that John Carmack turned around and fought to get the code open sourced for previous engines, you know. So like when they moved on to like the next game, the next engine, John Carmack put that pressure on the id Software team, which it was not a popular decision. My understanding is that there was actually like a lot of sort of pushback against that they didn't really like want to release any of that, because there was still that mentality back then, you know, sort of that proprietary mentality of just like, these are trade secrets. This is something that like, if we put it out there, you know, the opponents, you know, like our enemies, you know, like on the market are going to get like a leg up. But John Carmack sort of hailed from sort of that hacker scene, you know, that like traditional hacker scene of just intense curiosity, and you know, like this desperate like desire to like want to know more about this thing that like you like. And so this was Carmack's way to sort of turn around and give something back to the community that he felt that he came from, you know, that he was sure, and correctly so, that people would want to know, programmers would want to know how Quake functioned behind the scenes. And as a result of that, we have something that is still popular today. Maybe not to the degree of, say, like Fortnite or something like that, but it has a sense of longevity that similar games of that era just like did not have. So there's a lesson. So this is not only, you know, like, so this presentation, what I'm going to be doing is we're in what's called the start map. This is where every single player, if you're running like a single player game, you will appear on like this weird little pad covered with runes, and you will have like 3 options here, or seemingly 3 options. You have like the easy hallway, normal, and hard. And the neat thing is that like difficulty choice is sort of presented through play, where it's like you got like the normal choices, and then, you know, you have to sort of make this leap across here, which is really easy to do now. But like I can tell you, like as a kid, like I was 15 when this game came out, and that wasn't always a jump that I made. And also a lot of us were also still playing keyboard only. So this is like a neat, you know, sort of like little map. And if we just go down, we can teleport into sort of like the level, not only like the difficulty selection, but like episodes. So Quake is split up into 4 episodes. And each one sort of has like this overriding theme, which is really interesting from an art direction standpoint. And that's kind of who I am, you know, like this is kind of unusual for me. I sort of decided to get back into like game dev after a while, and mostly I've just been like doing art. But you have the selection, you have all these things. So we have like this nice, tidy representation of like the totality of Quake, in sort of like the representative sort of art styles and vibes. So to me, this was like the perfect opportunity to sort of like grab something and see how far I could take it. So we can actually like go back. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this map and we're going to do the best that we can in porting it forward to subsequent engines and see what changes, see what breaks, see what actually works. And yeah, you know, we will see how far we can go. And so what we can do here is browse. See if we can do this. And it will be standard. So there'll be some, you know, a few things that I'll explain behind the scenes. Oh, that didn't work out as expected. Okay, let me, actually I need to go here. Yeah. See my list of games. And maps. So yeah, pay no attention. So that map that we were just in, we can now open up here. So this is an editor called Trench Broom. It's new. It's definitely like something that's like more recent, because like when we started out in '96, you know, something like this did not exist. And frankly, map making was like a lot more arduous. And I can show you an example of a map somebody made, you know, like just a bare month, you know, like after Quake was released. But the neat thing, given that like everybody sees Quake as such as like this, like, ooh, you know, like magical thing, John Romero, who worked at id Software at that time, decided to release all of the map sources for Quake in their original format, their uncompiled format. So this is a game that needed to sort of take, you know, I guess the source code for the map and then compile it into a format that the game could run very quickly. It compiles it into like a binary space partitioned format. And you can sort of reverse compile, and people did try that to try and like get back to like the original source, but it never quite works out, you know, like perfectly. But it was awfully nice for like John Romero to sort of like offer this to us. So we're looking around, and already, you know, like compared to what we were seeing in game, there's a lot of stuff that we were missing behind the scenes. So for example, you know, like there's all these entities, there's for some reason like a ton of guys here that I will explain a little bit later. But I really want to talk about sort of how this editor functions and how it sort of constructs things from like the ground up before I get like too far into sort of like trying to port things forward. And the basic building block for a game that runs like on like an id Tech engine, an id Software engine like Quake or Quake 2 is, sensibly enough, a brush. So like that's kind of a weird thing. So like we refer to brushes in this instance as sort of these blocky objects, these they're polyhedrons. They have to have sort of like a positive curvature, so they have to have a convex shape. So you can't like, see if I can do like an edge. So it's like you can't really like go past there, you know, like it's always at least got to be like sort of a convex shape. So it's not allowed to fold in on itself. And that's kind of useful for like calculations later. But we have sort of like this building block that we can do anything we want with, short of, you know, what I just said. We can sort of like stretch it around. We can sort of like move. We sort of like move edges around and everything like that. We can even do like Boolean operations. So we can do something where We can take sort of like intersections out of things. CSG subtract. Oh, there we go. So like every single map that you will see is going to be made up of just like hundreds or even thousands of these so-called brushes. And it's all basically in how you put them together. And you can sort of like do like edit existing brushes like really easily. So if we wanted, we could like make this come out to here for some reason. You know, sort of like the sky's the limit, and I can like show off like some of the maps like the community has made. But you know, this isn't exactly a like how to use trench broom tutorial. There's actually like a fantastic series of videos by a man who calls himself Dump Truck DS from the Quake mapping community that goes like way more into detail if that's something that you actually wanted to jump in to develop Quake maps. So let's just get rid of these. The next thing I want to sort of like call attention to now that we've covered brushes is that we can actually sort of paint these brushes. So we got to get the textures on there somehow, you know, to be able to see them in game. And Trench Broom and other map editors would have like the ability to do that really easily. So we can go to what's called the Surface Inspector. So we've got like a little set of tabs over here, map entity face, and the face is the one we want to do because we want to edit the faces and stuff. So we have sort of like this weird little representation, this tiled representation of the texture on the surface of the brush. Let's see if I can actually sort of like zoom out. So we can already tell like this is kind of weird. So if we go out, we can actually kind of see, and it's really interesting, we can kind of see like how messy the level design was on like the original id Software stuff. Like modern day, you know, there's like a lot of like theory that goes into it and a lot of it's tight. So we can see that like there's like this massive brush, you know, outlined here in red, all for something that is only showing in this tiny little window here. And it's overlapping another brush, and there's like Z fighting, you know, sort of like it's trying to figure out which texture to display because it's like coplanar and everything like that. But we can do, you know, sort of just selecting this face. We see sort of the drawing here, the outline of this thing. We can sort of edit however we want. We can sort of scale it out. Oops. Yeah. Let's see if that's sort of like, okay, so we can move it around. We can sort of scale. Oh, why are you doing that? It's all weird. We can also rotate. Yeah. It has to. All right. Well, that's weird. Normally it works a lot better. I have run into that bug before where it's like a little reticent to actually like use it, but thankfully we can just sort of, we can type things in manually. There is sort of like a manual typing function. So if we wanted to like get stuff like really, really dialed in, so we can do that. So we can put this on its side if we want to. We can do a lot of things. And it's just like a really nice thing to be able to just like see stuff like painted on. And it's one of those things that like these this tool is like really nice because modern like level design, which I've only dabbled in like a little bit, is really, you know, like you're using like a high level app like Blender or Maya to sort of construct these worlds. And that comes with it like the whole suite of talent, you know, that like is required. And that's when you get into just like you have different departments focused purely on texturing, purely like on modeling out like level geometry and everything like that. And that wasn't the case, you know, like back then, like when Quake was first released. And the idea of just like going around, you know, and like having to like map everything on is just like crazy. So we had the system of just, you know, crudely pasting textures on, and then the compiler would figure it out later. And it's a relief to like those of us who hate, you know, sort of like doing UVW mapping, you know, of actually sort of like taking apart a mesh and like applying it to like a 2D texture, you know, like it's just nice to be able to like do something like this. So yeah, not only can we sort of like edit existing textures, we can replace textures entirely. So say, actually, let's get that out of the way. We could hide entities for now. Where do we go? Okay, let's get rid of lights for now. Say we don't like this guy's face, so we can select this and we can kind of scroll through like this little browser really quick and figure out like something else to replace it with. And I don't know, we'll do some like weird, cool, like, I don't know, it's kind of gruesome. It looks like, you know, these like, you know, like faces stretched over like some kind of like lighting thing in the background. So like we can do a lot of stuff. We can do like replace, we can, you know, like edit, like rotate, scale, anything we want onto these brushes to get the look that we want. And once we do that, once we finish blocking out a map, once we can like start texturing it, the third consideration that we have is the entities that we populate the map with. And that's when we get into stuff like this. So technically there's only 2 entities that you really need to like actually get a map to function. And that is the world spawn entity, which we'll cover here like in a little bit, and the player start entity. So that's right here. Oh, no. You need to move. Okay, there we go. So there's a class of entity in Quake called info, and it carries like certain like information about the world. In this case, where the player starts. And we can also, I don't know, like how my screen's like really big. I'm so sorry. So like, I mean, like the text here is really tiny, but like if we were able to like zoom in, it would say info_player_start. And there's like tons of little guys here because like these maps kind of did double and triple duty. So back when co-op was more of a thing, you know, in video games, you know, we also have spawn points for your buddies to come in, and also a deathmatch spawn point. So like all of these maps, these single player maps, would also double as battle arenas, and that was kind of a nice thing to have, especially if you didn't have like the resources to sort of devote to, you know, creating like fully custom, you know, like deathmatch arenas. Just use what you have. And then we had like a teleport destination and whatever. So we'll put that back. So that allows, you know, like you and your buddies to like get into the map. We have sort of like entities that regard like sort of items that you can pick up in games. So if we were playing a deathmatch, this item_health that's tucked away in this little corner next to this portal. Actually, let's turn triggers off for now. There we go. You'll be able to run and pick this up. And these entities, it's kind of nice. Let me see if I can actually look at it. You can actually tell the engine exactly like when they appear. So you'll notice with the entity item health that we have selected here, there's a set of spawn flags. Again, apologies for, I probably have to describe all of this. So it's a key value pairing to sort of defines characteristics of these entities. And we have a key category called spawn flags. And it's a set of, you know, sort of numbers we can add together that will tell the engine, you know, like, hey, do this with this entity. So it has, let's see now, it does have like a little handy set. So we can actually check boxes here, which is kind of nice, of just like exactly what we wanted to do with this. So since this item health, like we didn't see it when we were running around and it was a single player game just earlier when we started this presentation, we can select, you know, sort of like not on easy, not on hard, not on normal, not on hard, but not in deathmatch is unchecked. So this would be something that if we loaded it in deathmatch, then, oh, okay, now we can see it. So like we can do, sort of like fine grained things with that. We can do the same with lights, like bring the lights back. And I'm probably taking way too much time talking about this. But we can also define like lots of properties for the lights, like sort of the light size, so we have like 200 here. Colored lighting is something that wasn't in the original Quake. So that's also sort of like an interesting thing where we only got colored lighting in later engines. So there's lots of things we can drop entities in. We can like connect them together, to like do all sorts of interesting things. And before I move on, I just wanted to bring up triggers really quick. So triggers are special brushes that when your player volume, like this sort of, let's grab you, you're going to be useful to us. As soon as like the volume, we have, sort of like this bounding box. And as soon as a player intersects, like that volume, it triggers something to happen. So you'll remember that when I was running around this map earlier, if we actually walked down one of these hallways, a little message on the screen would pop up and say like, oh, hey, like you're, and actually you can see right here. So we selected this trigger brush. And we wrote in a message. So there's like a key value or a key category here that you can type something in, and it says this hall selects easy skill. So, really easy stuff, and it's something where it's like, if you're curious about it, it's a lot easier, than you think to get into this stuff. And, I kind of really encourage people, to just sort of like mess around and see what they can do. So now that we've got, sort of like the basics out of the way, in sort of like entities, brushes, and everything that we can just sort of like drag in and put around, I want to talk about like the map format itself, because this is kind of what we're going to be sort of trying to carry over. So let's see if I can, actually I could just go to the desktop, I imagine. And where is CFS24? And Q1 basic. Let's see. Let's just open you. All right. So, and actually, this is a perfect opportunity to. So let's do a new document. So let's say we want to do Quake. We'll just do a standard, sort of document. So when you first start up Trench Broom, and it's sort of like the default cube scenario with Blender, you're presented like with this interface. So it's just the default view. It gives you like a little brush here at 128 units by 128 units by 32 units. And it's located at sort of origin. So if we go back, we can sort of like do these side by side. The map file format first, starts out with a few comments. Trench Broom, provides, like this is what game it is. It's Quake. The format is standard format, which I can sort of describe a little bit later. And then it starts getting into the entities. So we have entity 0 here. That is a class name world spawn. And the world spawn is basically sort of like the initializer. It's kind of like int void, like when you're trying to like program, int main or whatever. Everything goes into the world spawn. And you can see, there's kind of like this open curly brace and then the closed curly brace here. So I guess maybe like the more accurate term would be kind of like HTML. So like there's a blank thing here for like WAD. We haven't described, like a texture pack for it. And then finally we have like a brush. So there's a comment here that says brush 0. And within here we have the definition for the brush. And we have 6 lines. There's like a bunch of these weird little numbers. And then like this weird thing that says TB empty. So it's really fascinating because like the way like these engines work is that like these aren't vertexes. Like these, in order to have sort of that ease of like being able to just sort of like paint a texture onto here, we can't define, so like vertices and everything like that. Like we just have to define, sort of like planes, these surfaces. So what these things really are is just defining sort of like coordinates on a plane. And when we run this through a compiler, the compiler actually calculates the intersections of all of those planes and then builds a mesh out of those intersections. So I assume like that is like the better way to do it, like I'm not that great of a programmer. So like, don't quote me on that. So it's like, we have like, this triple, and then we would have what would be the name of the texture. Since it's blank here, it's just called TB empty. That's sort of the internal texture that Trench Broom uses, to kind of keep things sane behind the scenes. And then we have a set of numbers that is basically like the texture coordinates, of like where it is, like arranged on the surface, and sort of like the scaling and everything like that. I think the scaling is these last 2 numbers, and then you have like X displacement, Y displacement, and rotation. So really simple, honestly. And we can tell, that this is like the cube that we're looking at and that it's at 0 because remember, this thing is 128 units on a side and 32 units down. And if we look at all these numbers, we see like a lot of 64s, which is 128 divided in half. And then on the Z-axis, we have 16, 16, 16, 16s, and that's of course like 30 divided by 32. So like that's what we're looking at. It's something that like you really can just like open up and like edit the things themselves. And I actually had to do that to be able to fix some of the textures for one of the other engines that like I try to port this map to. So actually let's do, I just really want to show off this really quick because honestly, it is really impressive. Sorry for the brightness. So like a bare month after Quake came out, we had this map called Basic Castle, which the author describes as, quote, a huge level made to sort of resemble a castle with the author's own editor, parentheses, actually a bunch of simple brush editors. So this looks really crude. And like, I have to wonder, if this guy was just typing in, just sort of like manually, sort of like surface planes and everything. And this was probably like the best we had, like back then, like for like a little while. Actually, I can no clip because there's some like really wild stuff. Definitely not top tier AAA stuff. But I think it's cute nonetheless. It's cute to kind of see like where things came from. We'll just exit out of that. So that's where we used to be. And where we are today, this is actually really neat. So this is the Coppertone Summer Jam. I didn't like contribute anything to this, but it's one of like the best indications I can show of just like how far we've come. So like these guys get together and they have like these little like mapping competitions and compilations, and this is one of them. So like the original Quake had its start map, and these guys build their own start maps for their own little map jams. And this is clearly, like above and beyond, like anything that we were seeing in the original Quake. And there's a reason for that I'll get into later. But it's all thanks to Trench Broom. And it all starts with, sort of the basic, sort of Blender cube or the trench broom, I don't know, polyhedron, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what you want to call it. So now that we've kind of gotten the basics out of the way, it's time to move to the next engine, because I feel like we're actually kind of running out of time here. So let's see if I actually, where do I want to go? Steam. Let's see. Okay, Quake 2 and maps. Oof, yeah, I forgot. So start that map. See if I can just bring that up in here. And ID1, Quake 2. So that's Quake 2, auto detect. I will do original. And we'll come up on why there's a standard and then a valve format. This might take a little while to load up. Come on, little PC, you can do it. Let's get you out of the way. All right, so I didn't really change anything at all. It really was, I think, just like opening this up, even though it was like a Quake derived map, it was just like opening it up. And as like just telling it that it's like a Quake 2 file and you're residing in the Quake 2 directory. So already we can see things have gone wrong. So like there are a few consistencies. For example, like the info player start and other info player entities, like those are fairly standard. It's just that Quake 2 uses sort of like a different model in Trench Broom to sort of represent that. So instead of our weird little like medieval Quake guy, we have like this generic Space Marine. A lot of the textures made it over. Some of them did, but they look kind of odd. So our first obstacle, our first hurdle when we try and port this map forward is that, of course, technology got better. And like the best like way I can sort of like show this, so even just like looking at this platform, this dice or whatever, it looks really weird. Like all these pixels are now like super bright. And let's see, yeah, and CFS. Is it here? No. Where did I have it? Other vids, audio work. So did I put it in here? All right, palette. Actually, you know what? I bet it's like it's in GIMP. Why do they have to call it GIMP? Open recent. Okay, document history. It's going to be way back there. Okay, so there's color map PCX, and let's open the other one. Palette PCX. So one of the things that Quake does when like it operates, sort of like looks internally, is it looks for a color palette or just sort of like the allowed, sort of like colors in the game. And this is Quake's. You're looking at like all the colors that the Quake engine says like, okay, if it's in this game, it's going to be mapped to like one of these colors. And there's really like not too much here. This is all we get, I mean, this was still back, like when we were still doing like the web color palette, like back on the internet. It still looked great, It's like, like we weren't complaining, like we were at the most, like we were running like 16-bit. I don't think really like true color displays were like all that common back then. So you still had 8-bit and 16-bit, sort of like bit depth desktops and everything like that. So this is Quake's color palette. This is all we had to work with. All the textures had to conform to something on this palette. And this is Quake 2's internal color palette. So already, we can tell internally that something changed. Something like was drastically upgraded to be able to...
No worries. That's just the next speaker about to come in. But I did notice that the whiteboard is showing on the stream for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was showing your screen perfectly for most of the session, but at some point it switched back to that.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
gonna try to show it and
Yeah.
then hide it again and see what happens.
Yeah, I thought I had done away with that. Hide whiteboard. Does that fix things?
Let's see. It's gonna take a minute for the stream to update, or well, there's like a slight delay. So let's just see here. It's unclear.
Oops.
Sneaky whiteboard.
Yeah.
Very strangely is still showing the whiteboard. I don't know how to remove that entirely.
Okay,
Yeah, because
so
I
maybe
think
if I
when
show it and hide it.
see, I think that's just kind of hiding it for yourself. Because I did that too, but it's still on the stream. I don't have to like get rid of it completely.
All right.
Let's see here. Let me see if I can adjust that in the settings somehow. General. I don't see a spot to change it actually. Like, or just like remove it entirely. Let's see.
Someone.
There's always new fun with Jitsi to figure out.
Always.
Yeah.
What was that, Emma?
I said like there's always another issue.
Yeah, there is truly. But
Yeah.
this is how we learn. Okay.
If I stop screen sharing and then start it again.
Could potentially work. Just turn it off and on again.
Yeah, exactly. Did that work?
Let's see if the stream is updated. I think it might have, actually.
Oh, okay.
We have a couple minutes left.
Okay, so I am definitely going to jump ahead. So obviously things went wrong. There are ways to fix this. We can also basically do the same thing in Quake 3, which there are some issues there. I just want to show maybe that I got it working in Quake 3 really quick. Actually, no. Because I really wanted to highlight something called RB Doom. So like RB Doom is a engine that was sort of built on top of a source release, the last source release actually of id Software Engine. And I was able to sort of like port this map into there because this engine has sort of like the facilities to do that. There's actually a, let's see, in the like convert map Quake to Doom. It's actually like a command that like the creator included it in the engine. So if you have a Quake map in like a proper format, it's in the Valve 220 format, which really what changes there, I was going to cover, is the way the texture coordinates are drawn. Like it's done more accurately. If it's in that format, you can convert it to a format that like Doom 3 can like load up readily. So there were a few things that kind of like broke in here, but I did go around and fix it. And what like I was really going to cover is that like you can do stuff like replace like textures. So originally there was like that wibbly, you know, sort of like pixely texture, and we replaced it with something like from Doom 3. We added like a few sort of like nice little touches, like these little candles, these burning torsos, which is pretty gruesome for a presentation like this. Just to show off that like it is possible that like we took like the same start map, the exact same start map, the exact same geometry, and we were able to convert it, and we were able to port it forward to an engine that was open source in 2011, I think, and development is currently ongoing with it. To like add stuff like the backend was switched to like a more modern backend, so you can use DirectX 12 and Vulkan as the backend and everything like that. So if you have the original source, you can get it running in Doom 3 actually relatively easily. And we actually do have, let's see, desarrollo. There is actually a special fork of Trench Broom that deals with Doom 3 maps that we're able to sort of like bring stuff into here. It just happened to like dump it over here. And because that's the thing, like texture, coordinates change and everything like that. And I think for this, like I decided to sort of like cut the cruft, you know, I cut out the rest of the level, and I wanted to be able to focus on just like prettying up like this section, this area. Even though like a lot of the stuff broke, like the triggers, you know, like don't like really function as they should anymore. So I took those out. But I just wanted to show that like, despite the extra legwork, the geometry itself can go forward. And it's amazing. It's and wrapping it up, you know, like I just wanted to tell like everybody here that like, okay, this is a Creative Freedom Summit. We're all about open source, and this is really a story about like really how two like major sort of like projects in like the early shooter industry sort of diverged, because the main competitor to Quake back then is Unreal. Unreal, which is now like Epic's like it's like the big engine out there. Like movie studios use it, everything, you know, like it's wild how far the Unreal Engine has gotten. But sort of as like a game, as sort of like this cultural, you know, thing that like the game community can like hold, it's gone. They never released the source, you know, like not even like the first Unreal, which I think was released in like 1998, 97, 98, that time. It was intended to like go head to head with Quake 2. They just like, they clammed up. They never did anything. They just, you know, like stuck with like strict licensing of the engine. And now you cannot buy Unreal or Unreal Tournament or any of its derivative games anywhere. Like, it is truly a bizarre decision why they decided to just yeet this entire game, like the game that built their empire, just like off of the internet completely, you know? And it's like, you can't like, I will give you my money. I will give you my money, you know, to like do this. And apparently that's just like not enough, and it's gone. And meanwhile, like Quake and Quake 2, just in the past few years, they've gotten like astounding remasters, using tools like Trench Broom, like modern compilers that can do like smooth shading, you know, on brushes and stuff like that. So like it's this wonderful collaboration between like now Night Dive Studios, who did the remasters, and the community, who are sharing those resources together. Night Dive also released a source to like all their new game modes and everything like that. So independent source, ports of Quake and everything like that can still function, with like the new treats that the remasters added. So it's just like it's really thoughtful. It's this like idea that like this game really belongs to the community, whereas with Epic, they did something dirty. Really, like they tried to do something in like the middle 2010s with Unreal Tournament 4. They fed us this line of just like, hey, the arena shooter's coming back, we're going to collaborate with the community, you're going to be able to submit assets and maps and everything like that, and we'll kind of be the stewards of everything. But it became apparent really quick that the respect only went one way, and they dropped the project once Fortnite got really big. And everybody was kind of left out in the cold, and they tried to continue on, but then they pulled even like the downloads, for Unreal Tournament 4. And I think that's something that's really important to keep in mind in like the open source world in general, is when companies who profess to sort of like love open source and want to contribute back to the community, like what's the staying power on a promise like that, and does that relationship only go one way? And unfortunately, the Unreal Tournament community found out that that relationship only went one way, whereas with id Software, Night Dive Studios, Machine Games, they all decided to give back to the community. And you can still buy Quake. You can go out there, you can still get these things. So it's funny because like we had like the browser wars and the OS wars, we had the game engine wars. So it's just interesting. I guess I will leave with this sort of like this idea, this sort of like thought, maybe not a thought experiment, but sort of this like kind of this rumination, navel gazing on like who really won the engine war in this instance, because Epic is huge now. Like I can't even fathom like how much money those guys are making hand over fist just licensing out their engine. It's probably like over 50% of the engines out there. But the game itself, that is the namesake of this engine, has vanished. Whereas Quake, id Software engines, like they're definitely not as prolific. But you can still get Doom, you can still get Quake. They have thriving communities that regular person can just pick up and start making maps for today. So like who won out in the end?
I'm gonna jump in there because we're just about out of time. We're a couple of minutes over, and we have our next speaker ready to go. But I was transfixed by that presentation. There was some reminiscing in the chat about our first games for PC and that sort of stuff. So thank you so much for your presentation and for putting this together. We really appreciate it.
No problem. Yeah, like feel free to like go out and like download these things. You can just go to like Trenchbroom.io. You can compile like everything I used is open source. Trenchbroom is open source. There's like a GitHub repo.
Cool.
And if you're curious at all, just jump in. Like there's plenty of tutorials. There's plenty of everything. So
thank you again.
No problem.
All right. We're going to welcome our next speaker. Errol, are you there with us?
Let me stop.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, it's lovely to be here with you lovely folks.
Yeah.
And also the gaming stuff, like reminiscing for me too. I was like, this is my childhood, right? Playing these PC games. It's like,
yes. My first memories are Croc and Lemonade Stand through some website. I forget even where it was from at this point. But I know we're a couple minutes over the time you're supposed to start, so let's just jump into it. We'll hold questions for you until the end. Madeline will jump on and moderate those for you.
Okay, great. I'll just drop a link to my slides and also an apology in the Matrix chat, and I will share my entire screen. I hope that that is gonna work, just so everyone can see things. Can I get noise or something in the element chat?
It's all black, yeah.
What? Uh-oh.
But we can see, oh, we saw something like flicker.
Interesting. Let's see if I share the window for the presentation. Let's see if that
I can
does
see that.
something. Okay. Okay. So everything, you can see slides. Okay, groovy.
Yes.
And literally just as I start, one of my other cats has walked in, so you might hear various meows throughout the presentation. So apologies for that, unless you enjoy meows and cat noises. Otherwise, if you do, then enjoy. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about a project that wrapped up late last year, so late 2023, affectionately called The Secret Lives of Open Source Designers. And this was a project, I'll talk a little bit more about who supported the project in a later slide, but it was this is going to be very much a summary, highlights of the study that we did of designers contributing to open source software. A little reasoning as to why this exists. So I'm a PhD researcher at the University of Newcastle, and I'm looking at how designers do design in specifically humanitarian and human rights related open source software. And as I started to try and explore this space, and even before I was researching as a PhD researcher, I found that there was not a lot of information out there about how designers are doing design contributions to open source, or if you can find them, they're really difficult to find. And the person that sparked this study is the person that helped with this study, who couldn't be here today, Nimisha Vijay. You can find Nimisha on various different social medias. I can drop links in the element chat too. But she came into one of the open source design community calls at one point and said, where are all the blog posts about how designers are doing open source contributions? And I said, that's a really, I've been thinking about that. How about we do a project? And then we did. So just a little bit about me and the organization that supported this. I work for Superbloom as well as being a researcher. If you're unaware of what Superbloom do, we are committed to changing who technology serves by leveraging design to shift power. We used to be called Simply Secure. We changed our name through an open design community-led process a couple of years ago to change to Superbloom. To give you a better understanding of what Superbloom do as an organization, as well as the Secret Lives of Open Source Designers research study, we've done work around deceptive design, also commonly known as dark patterns, although that term is being devalued towards deceptive design. So we've done work around how to build trusted design patterns in privacy and security, tools that are open source and otherwise. We created a really cool resource called User Testing Can Be Fun at the Devs Guide 2 link there, which is loads of resources on how open source tool developers can do user testing with lots of examples and things that can be copy-pasted and exercises there. We did a big project funded by the Sloan Foundation about how usability and design is done in scientific and research open source software called the User Project. And we built a toolkit for funders to better understand and support digital critical infrastructure projects from a design perspective. So understanding that usability is critical digital infrastructure. So that's just a flavor of what Superbloom do. This is me. I've been doing stuff for a good amount of time in design, been at a few different open source organizations and working on lots of different projects, open source projects at Superbloom. I do my PhD when I get a chance to do my PhD, which I've already talked about a bit. If you want to talk to me, there's some ways to talk to me on the internet. But the Secret Lives of Open Source Designers, so we approached the Vermont Complex Systems Center at the University of Vermont, and we were awarded some grant money from the Ocean Grant, which is the Open Source Ecosystems and Network Research Awards program, to investigate and give designers who are currently contributing to open source an opportunity to describe what those experiences are. And we really wanted to prioritize, and Superbloom does in a lot of their work, prioritize anonymous, privacy respecting means of gathering research. One of the things that I felt very strongly about as a designer that has done lots of contribution to open source and mentored other designers is sometimes when we want to critique how open source is as a function that isn't incredibly well represented in open source, so design, sometimes we want to be critical without necessarily harming our own prospects to continue in the space. So we wanted to make sure that everyone stayed anonymous. So you'll find that all of the information is as anonymous as we can make it. Just to note that the University of Vermont have, as well as the repo that hosts the entirety of the research report or the research document, there is a copy of like the raw anonymized data. So if people did want to use this information for their own research, it's up there, open access under an open license in a repository. So these are the people that we worked with. We worked with 5 different folks. We did a 10-week, between 10 and 17-week diary study where they gave us responses to what they were doing during that time. And you can find lots of information about the kinds of questions that we asked week to week in that study. But I'm going to focus a little bit more on this talk in the time that I have about the things that we found out. But these are these are some of the things that we wanted to find out about. How the designers first became involved in open source software, how they make their decisions to contribute to an open source software project. So what kinds of things do they look at when they're thinking about contributing to a project? What tools do the designers use when they contribute to open source software? There's some representation of proprietary tools, so a lot of representation of open source tools and the mixture of, and some really interesting insights about like design contributions being valuable regardless of the tool that they are created in as well. And then what artifacts in terms of what design things did they make and share with us across the 16 to 17 weeks. We had a lot of flexibility in how the designers could respond to the diary studies, and also, so I don't forget, we paid the designers to respond to these diary studies. So pretty much all of the grant money went towards the participants filling out their diary studies, because one of the things that is tricky in design contributions to open source is they're often not well compensated. So we wanted to make sure that designers doing work and telling us about it were well compensated, so we paid them. You can find the link throughout these slides to the longer findings document or report, however you kind of want to describe it. It's a hefty report, but this again is the summaries. So we had a section of the report which was really focused on the insights that we found out about designer and developer collaboration. So developers were more involved. We found from the respondents of this diary study, developers were more involved in the design process with designers. And here's a quote from one of the diary participants that about getting responses from developers about design proposals. And all of the designers in the study mentioned getting feedback from the developers as a crucial step in the process of contributing design to open source. So here's a few ways that the designers described that feedback process with developers. I made a user flow diagram to make my designs more comprehensible. So there was, in the report, there's a lot of description about the gap between knowing how to feedback on design. One of the trickiest things in the relationship between different functions in building software, whether it's open source or otherwise, is knowing what best ways to interact with the function that you don't necessarily call your own. So for example, developers commenting on more design related things or designers commenting on more development related things if they don't have prior knowledge of those functions themselves. So a lot of effort was made by designers within this process of finding feedback from developers in Open Source Vital. A lot of effort was made by the designers to make sure that their design work was comprehensible in a way that best encouraged feedback from developers and other people in the open source projects. And a developer found my organized Figma files useful. Even just a simple quote like this from designers really reinforces how important it is to hear from people involved in open source as a designer what is useful and what helps the contributions flow from the design side of things. So we found a lot of really interesting information from the designers about like the ways in which they optimized how they were facilitating this feedback process through organization of different files or what they were presenting and how they were presenting it. One of the things that's not captured on here is the importance of synchronous communication. So whether that was a video call or whether that was a voice call, a phone call, or meeting people from the open source projects in person, all of the designers found that they were able to better get feedback that better informed the design of the open source through those kind of synchronous means, which is obviously in a little bit of tension with how some open source projects operate in a kind of distributed and asynchronous way. But it's really interesting to hear how the designers advocated for the need of those kinds of things in order to do their work and contributions better. We had a section. Oh, I just got a notification from Jitsi that my microphone appears noisy. Okay, maybe if I'm a little bit too loud, apologies. Turn the volume down on me.
You sound okay. You sound okay to me.
Okay, good. So we had this section around openness practices, which is really interesting because I've never, personally, as a designer in open source, I've very rarely had times where I've understood how designers are motivated to be more open until I've maybe had a handful of conversations personally. So it was really interesting to understand what the motivations for being open and contributing to open source and doing design openly were for different designers. And they seemed to follow some general themes, which essentially designers found the openness processes made for easier collaboration with stakeholders or with other people within the open source projects. So the more openness they practiced in their design work, the more it facilitated those vital feedback rounds that I spoke about a little earlier. Another motivation for sharing assets was to have more involvement from the community. So one participant has a quote here saying, I shared the document that they created. And this was an example of the varied different kinds of design that was coming through in the diary study. It wasn't just about visual design, UI design, GUIs and graphics. We had a lot of people that were predominantly sharing and talking about design research or user research, documents, usability, reviews, and lots of other kinds of ways of offering and contributing design to the open source software. So they shared a document with the team at the open source community organization for the other designers to make inputs into that. So there's a real motivation around, and there's more data in the report about this, that designers are driven by a particular collaborative, or some designers are driven by the collaborative nature of being able to involve community in that openness practice is reinforced by, if I make things open, I gather more feedback, I get more involvement, I feel like I'm part of a community more, and that was really critical to the health, essentially, and the enjoyment that designers had in the process of contributing. This again, it feels like a fairly simple comment or a quote from a designer, but it's that I heard back from someone that I shared open design resources with that it was helpful and that they were using our contributions. This is kind of one of the something that struck me really as both kind of, I guess melancholy is the best way of describing this. When I was analyzing the data from these diary studies, was a lot of the success stories from designers were simple kinds of ways of being appreciated for their work, or knowing that somebody else has gone out of their way to say, yeah, I used that open resource again, and it really, we're going to use that for our contributions. And this kind of helped the designers stay motivated to contribute, because there is quite a significant amount of the report, which I don't think I cover in this slide deck, about how demotivated designers can get within the culture and the space of open source when they don't hear back from how their contributions are being received, like whether they were useful, whether they weren't useful, how, in what ways were they useful. And I think before I, actually, I think that this slide goes into what I was just about to start talking about, which is there were a few different ways that designers described success within this diary study. Success being like good, positive feelings, like things are going well, my contributions are being well received, and other ways that designers felt positive about their involvement with open source. And the one that I'm going to briefly talk about is success via feedback and feedback mechanisms. So we heard earlier that feedback from developers was a vital process for these designers when they were deciding to essentially keep contributing. But there was a really interesting specific kind of feedback that we discovered within the report, within the data, that designers saw their design contributions as successful when the feedback that they received was relevant and useful. So when designers were contributing design work, and there's an assumption that they think that they've got it right or are successful if there is no questions or feedback on the design work. So there's sort of an assumption, oh, I must have got it right, but less so the assumption that I got it right if there was a lack of confidence from the designer side of things, like, oh, maybe the reason that I haven't got feedback on it or any comments is because they don't like the design. But there was a really interesting kind of sweet spot of feedback where it was less useful to receive a comment from anybody else that was reviewing the design work that was something to the effect of looks good. That's not useful. It's kind of gave the sense of kind of, oh, I think it's going okay. But the designers in the diary study said that that's not like relevant and useful enough in order to better understand how other design contributions within this same project can continue to improve or continue to be the most relevant or most useful way of designing for this open source project. So here's, like, I guess one of the pieces of recommendation from this work is that if you're giving feedback to design within any kinds of design within open source, the best kind of feedback that you can give based off of this data is feedback that is relevant and useful. So, for example, the kind of feedback that was relevant and useful were comments that maybe were things like, this looks good, specifically the parts where you have addressed this usability issue within this part of the tool for these kinds of users. So that kind of better understanding of either where it's done well or where it's missing something critical. So another piece of relevant and useful feedback might be, it looks like you've missed out the kind of user that might do XYZ. Have you thought about that? So that's the kind of sweet spot of relevant and useful feedback. Other kinds of feedback made designers frustrated. So feedback that was too vague and feedback that was too detailed and seemed like it was laboring a point and not relevant to the design work was also not very useful within this data. There was also a lot of comments about how slow feedback was viewed negatively by the designers. So the designers that did the study were very aware that open source is done often in the time that somebody has to contribute to open source. So they understand that they're not going to get feedback as quickly as they would in their jobs or their commercial work. But there was an amount of time where designers would get demotivated and give up the slower that feedback seemed to come. And it was arguably a lot better to give a very quick piece of feedback so that designers know that it's been seen and regarded, so that designers can make some kind of progress. One of the biggest comments that designers had in the 10 weeks was, well, the feedback goes so slow, I feel like I won't have things to show you within 10 weeks. It feels like we need to do the study over like a year so that you can see like actually how things progress. But anyway, otherwise I won't get through all the slides. So here's some quotes. So when I get feedback on what's wrong in my design and get the next steps that are actionable, that's the specific and relevant, useful and relevant feedback. And this is a comment about there was a delay in feedback from my prior conversations with the maintainer, and I was unable to kick off immediately. So there's this kind of stalling of the design contributions, and designers will go and kind of look for other places to contribute that are more able to give feedback if that's the case. And if you want to retain the designers in the project, then finding a way to give reasonable expectations of when feedback can be given is also really a good way to better do the process of feedback. I will go really quickly through this set of slides because otherwise I'm going to run out of time and go over. But success via knowing what the priority is for open source software is the other one that I'm just going to talk about really quickly. So, Marie, yeah, do you need to, have I gone over time?
No, I just wanted to mention that we're going into a break after your session. So if you run over by a minute or two, it's okay. We also have a couple questions that have come in.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because honestly, like the information that I can give you, like the summary of the report is interesting, but probably I could have showed up and said, hey, we did a report about designers. What do you want to know about what designers told us? And that's also really useful for this work. But I found this really interesting personally, which is one of the things that designers found really difficult within their interactions within open source was they almost found it completely absent the priorities of what the open source software wanted to achieve. And a lot of the designers spoke consistently about the absence of people that were doing any kind of project or product management and people that could guide them towards the highest priority tasks. So they had a good understanding of what they wanted to work on, but they weren't sure whether those were the things that were most important to the open source software. And they really wanted their contributions to be the most valuable. So they were really, they spent a lot of time worrying essentially about whether they understood correctly the highest priority task. They also understood that the process of open source isn't always that simple, in that either a single or collective of people don't necessarily always decide what is the highest priority task. Sometimes that is done in lots of different ways, but having no place to see how that decision could be started was another thing that basically had the designers stopping their contributions or stalling their contributions and getting frustrated. And designers had a lot of tactics that were either well received or not well received, depending on the situation, the open source and their own experiences about how to understand better the priorities and in the open source. And kind of like get an understanding of what you could call like the roadmap plan for the open source. And sometimes this came against some of the kind of in-crowd nature of some open source projects, and that's where a lot of the frustration data came from, when designers were kind of met up against like a kind of clique within projects and didn't quite know how to break into that clique to get information from them. Yeah, So that's a little bit about prioritization. This is another quote from the study, so not much of a hack, but I've started to get important stakeholders, often project leads, to sketch out their ideas more so that I know what they're thinking. And this is extended from the I don't know what the priorities are to sometimes the priorities don't speak my language, as in the language of designer. So there needed to be a process of communication in order to understand that in design terms. And doing kind of sketching or doing kind of written work in person or on a phone call was how this particular designer solved that problem, or tried to solve that problem to better understand. Oh, what might make designers leave an open source software project? I mean, there's not, I guess numbers have been increasing slowly but surely. But I was really curious to hear what might make designers leave an open source software project. So we asked this to the participants. And really, it centered around some of the things that we've talked about already. It was about communication, whether that was understandable, whether it was, again, specific and usable for the kind of work that they were doing, whether as other people in the open source project had made efforts in order to communicate in ways that they understood and also help that bridge that kind of information gap. There were these problems around delegation and product management, and also the value of their work compared to the time invested in the work. So often you would find designers spending many, many weeks working on a user research plan or a usability review of an app or other contributions. And sometimes the appreciation they got back for that work didn't match the time and effort and value that they had placed in that work. So better ways of expressing that would be good. And oh, this was kind of interesting. The designers were often really disappointed when all of their time was spent explaining design, or explaining specific parts of a design, the rationale. This does this within, like, this button press will function in this way and this will happen. This usability study means that this is more important for the users than this. A lot of designers' time, in the study, we asked them to give us rough percentages and other data about how much time they spent on what kinds of tasks. And the designers spent a lot more time explaining the things that they've done and why they've done the things that they've done than doing the design work. Now, many designers would argue that explaining the design work is part of design work, and that's true. But when it becomes, I think one of the things that became apparent was the frequency to which designers had to do that with lots of new contributors. Every time they went to a new open source project, it was it gave a sense of them being worn down, having to continually give rationale to the people that they were working with, when arguably a lot of this kind of information is out there, out and about on the internet, if you want to equip yourselves with the knowledge about why design is done in particular ways or how design is done in particular ways. Or, you know, there is always the opportunity for designers to produce design documentation that helps better understand the rationale for this. Designers want these 7 things from the data. There's probably more things if we do more studies around this kind of topic, but these are the 7 things that these designers wanted to be present before they left a project. So this was the other thing that I personally was very curious to ask, which was, how do you want to, in what state do you want to leave a project? Like, when you think about leaving a project and no longer doing contributions, how would you describe where you want that project to be? And this is how they described it. So design work is done and continues to be done in open design software, so not in proprietary software like Adobe. But they recognize that these tools are the open tools are often not as good as the closed tools, but there was a aspiration to have the design work done in open tools before they leave, that design is left in a way that other people can pick up and understand, to leave the open source software in a better place in terms of design, so unique and specific to each of the open source, but they wanted to be able to make an impact. And there's other data in the report about this, a success metric for designers being how long it takes before something is implemented that they've done design-wise, which is another interesting section. To ensure that open source software maintainers know how and what was done, and that the project is handed over slowly and carefully, and that you don't ghost the project. So the knowledge can be sustained, the design knowledge can be sustained. That they wanted to know how the design will change after they've gone. Open source is about sharing and being willing to accept changes. So they were really curious to know how the project intended to continue the design process. So to plan the structure of the open source to not just recognize design contributions, but document them as well. So for the open source to have a commitment towards documentation of design processes or how design has changed. And to be able to inspire other designers to get involved in open source. But honestly, this question was so hard for a lot of them to answer, because the immediate answer from all the designers was, I just won't leave the project, which is unsustainable for most open source software projects, because sadly we don't live forever. We have not yet cracked the code of immortality. So just at the end there, yeah, designers, once they were contributing to a project and once they were having even like a reasonably good time, they were completely invested in that project, and even wanted to stick on in like an advisor role, even if they were not actively contributing anymore. In the document, this is the last set of slides, but in the document, we came up with a set of recommendations based off of the things that we learned from this study. So this is just one of, I think, around about 10 different recommendations that we came up with. So we recommend here that if you're an open source project interested in receiving design, review and take note of the ways in which designers decide whether to offer design to an open source software project. So there's a section in the document about how designers make the decision to contribute to a particular project, like what they're looking for, like on what documents are their level, as well as other factors as well. So some of these indicators include, is the project clear about what problems they want to solve, using design and benefiting from a designer, and how is this a one-person open source project, or are there multiple people involved, and how active is it? So yeah, I would encourage you, if you have time, to read the full document. It is lovely, and we do hope to do more of this kind of research very soon.
That was such an amazing talk. I feel so seen. There's 3 questions I think that we have that came in.
Okay.
4, 5. I'm not. I think people are putting them in right now. So I'll just start with, if you're open to sharing, what are your personal motivations for contributing / participating in design in open source?
Wow. It's changed over the years. So I would say most recently, the reason that I stick around is when I see and hear of designers contributing to open source more and more, that it motivates me to stick around. I did a lot and still do a lot of mentoring of designers that are just starting out in open source. I still help maintain the open source design community group. And I think the main thing that keeps me contributing, like making individual contributions, is because I don't want my mentoring advice to be stale and non-relevant anymore. So I want to be a practitioner. But yeah, the thing that keeps me contributing, sorry, my cat is so noisy.
He's like, I have some design information too.
yeah, he does. Yeah, it's to see the community grow, essentially, to see more and more designers contributing to open source is what keeps me sticking around.
That makes perfect sense. it's definitely easier to stay when you have like that direct
Community.
impact as well with your mentees.
Yeah.
The next one is with regards to feedback. Sometimes there can be some negativity or even rude comments in OSS communities. Did you find any specific insights around receiving negative feedback from the designers in the study?
Negative feedback in the study, during the time of the study, the negative feedback was more about misunderstandings and not getting it and not feeling like they have the other people that aren't designers, feeling like they have the time to better understand the design processes. And so it becomes more of a dismissive kind of negativity. So I know that there are I've experienced directly negative comments, which is like, I just don't like this design. I don't think it works. I don't like the rationale. But I think the study showed more the difficulties around design as a fairly historically closed practice and how difficult it is to practice design in a space that is more open when there isn't kind of as much of that overarching like holistic knowledge about how and why design is done, because there has to be that mutual respect and that investment in each other's time. And I think the tricky thing is a lot of the designers that I've worked with prior to this study and from this study talk about how valuable they find the time spent with developers specifically, like how useful it is to talk to them about their views and how they use the tool and doing demos and things like that, but it's often not reciprocated. So there's often not a lot of developers being like, so can you show me how you do this kind of design work and talk me through it? There's not the mutual respect. And I think that's where then the negativity creeps in, is when you don't understand the level of effort and the rationale that's put in.
Yes, because, you know, code and, you know, user interface, like it has a framework, like, you know, there's like a set of rules and designers face like a same set of rules, more or less. So yeah, that can be hard. The next question is, how could one go about getting useful feedback if they're not getting it?
Sorry, I missed the first part.
No worries. How could one go about getting useful feedback if that's not what they're getting right now?
Yeah, I feel, so this isn't from the study. A lot of the designers still really struggled. There were some strategies that they used in order to get like both engagement, better understand what was in people's heads, like doing that sketching together if they had like synchronous time. There was a lot of like strategies that were talked about, like mostly just like kind of design strategies of continually kind of asking questions. But that was when those designers were able to get like capture the attention. And I think the tricky thing often is being able to capture the attention and find the time, especially if there are no synchronous, like there's no community calls or any ways to like find like regular communication. But one of the ways that I have learned to ask for feedback is I ask very specific questions for my feedback. I say I'm looking for general feedback on how this works, but I'm specifically looking for feedback from the perspective of this kind of person doing this kind of action. I don't quite know why they would choose to do that, why they would run that command, why they would build in this way. And I kind of ask very specific questions for feedback, and that tends to provoke more useful feedback again.
Yes, I think it helps ping in the other person's mind, like, oh, like, okay, I have exactly actually what this person's asking for.
But yeah, capturing attention is I haven't found a consistently across projects good way of being able to capture attention other than persistence.
Yes, definitely.
Mm.
So second to last question is, some OSS designers moved to the proprietary to get the ease, and the newcomer didn't want to do the hard way that
Ooh.
usually happens when they use the free software. Any suggestion to keep them using OSS and contributing?
Yeah. I have a suspicion that it's a time kind of thing, because I really do agree that you can do most of what you can do on proprietary software in open source alternatives, but it's already, it feels like design is a like undervalued, pushed to the side kind of function. So and taking the time to learn a new tool is always going to be tricky and frustrating, especially if nobody is there to kind of be along in the ride for you. And I think that from my experience, designers are quite social in a way, like collaborative in a lot of ways. And I think that trying to figure out how to use a new open source tool by yourself is more frustrating than if you did it in like a group with other people. So that might be a way of like encouraging it, like find other people to do a similar function. But it is true that sometimes it's really tricky to, well, so this goes into a systemic thing. Sometimes it's really tricky to encourage designers to move to open source software alternatives. And that's sometimes because designers, when they go into the world of work, if they have open source tools on their CVs, I am proficient in Inkscape, Penpot, all of those things, most places that are going to hire those designers are going to be like, what are these? So when you ask designers to use open source tools, you really need to understand that they're actually currently in the industry, for their industry, they are making a sacrifice of skill because contribution for designers is also about getting experience on projects and, you know, being able to put those things in portfolios. So I would recommend being as gentle as you possibly can if people are resistant to moving over, and recognize that, yeah, they may want to use proprietary tools because it actually helps them live easier in their professional life, because they might not have a job that is open source related.
Yes, that is kind of perfect answer.
And design is also very celebrity-y, like the Figma designers that are all flashy and stuff like that. And there's other problems, but let's not get into it.
And the last question, everyone was so interested in picking your brain. I love to see it. For a project that is at the point where it realizes it needs design to continue to grow or be successful, you know, based on this research, what steps would you recommend for that project to welcome designers?
Ooh. Easiest thing you can do you have a contributing document? And if you don't have if you do have a contributing document, does it have a specific section which says design and the kinds of things that you hope to see? I think a lot of projects, even we find this a lot in the open source design jobs board, because open source design has like if you need open source design contributions, you can post a job there. It doesn't have to be paid, compensated. It can be open contributions. But we find that a lot of projects don't want to ask for design support unless they know specifically exactly, and it kind of feels like how often very like hyper-specific development issues are worded. Like, well, I can't ask for design if I don't know exactly how I want, you know, the design to be kind of done. And I think that the best thing that you can do for your project is say, add into the contributing MD, we're looking for design support. We're not quite sure what that looks like yet, but we're welcoming like ideas and people that are enthusiastic about the kind of open source that we are, so that we can figure that out. And if you have ideas, put them there. but provoke a dialogue first, because it's more often than not, one of the first things that a designer contributing to open source is going to want to do is have some kind of dialogue or some kind of information gathering exercise, whether that's like through text chat or through like a voice call or however. But that's typically, again, from the data of many designers wanting to contribute to open source through like the open source design community. Ways of like opening up that space for just what's the word that I'm looking for? Not necessarily communication, or just like opening up that space for like, conversation.
Yeah. Perfect. I think you've answered all of them, and started a really good discussion, I think, in the chat about how, difficult it is. Like when I talk to design peers, they're like, what do you use? And I'm like, it's open source. Like, you should try it. But like, it is sometimes a sacrifice, but just really wonderful talk, Errol. Thank you so much. It's so nice to see you in the virtual space since Pen Pop Fest.
Yeah.
So we'll I think have this next 10 minutes for our break, and then we'll be joining back in 10 for our next talk, which is about marketing principles that will transform your graphic and web design work, I'm pretty sure. So see you all in a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Ryan.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Good. Are we live?
We are. I think the stream will take a second to catch up to us, but should be running smoothly.
Well, I'm glad this is working so far. We'll see how it goes. So when do you want me to get started, or what's the next step?
No, the stream is working perfectly, and so you are feel free to take it away. I'll hold the questions until the end, and then I'll jump back on.
Okay, I'm going to bear with me if I'm looking away from the camera. Hello, people. I have two screens, and one screen has the stuff I need to read, and the other screen is you. So I apologize if I promise I'm not playing video games during the presentation. You have my full attention. So I'm glad to meet you. My name is Ryan Gorley, and I own a small creative agency called Freehive. The title of my presentation is Marketing Principles That Will Transform Your Design Work. Now, before I get too much into it, let me give you a little bit of background where this is coming from and why I want to share this with you. So, like I said, I'm the creative director and founder of Freehive. Personally, I've contributed to Inkscape, Fedora Design, Elementary, AntennaPod, Hushline, Scale, which is about open source stuff. My design background comes out of architecture. Though I didn't practice in architecture, that's where I got my education. And then I eventually went back and got an MBA and focused on marketing. And I've worked as a marketing executive for a few years and then found my way back in design. So Freehive is just a creative agency that does web design, animation, video, product rendering, graphic design, branding, etc., etc. We only use free and open source software. It's something a little bit unique. And I'll explain why in a minute. And as an agency, we've done work for more other open sourcey companies: Canonical, GNOME, Mozilla, System76. So anyhow, why should you care? Why am I here? Why this presentation? There are a lot of reasons people get into open source. Some people, it's to scratch an itch as far as some technical problem. They love that kind of environment. Open source matters because they can lean on other people's expertise and kind of add to it. They love the community. There are all kinds of reasons people are into open source. For me, what it really has boiled down to over the years is I care about people. And that sounds kind of cheesy, but that's what motivates me. That's why I'm here today. So what I'm hoping to do is basically open source my career. I've been doing this 20 years, give or take. I don't know. Should have done that math before I got on here, but about 20 years. And I just want to share some things that have been valuable to me. So, and hopefully by doing so, they will help you gain success. So that's kind of the background. So what are we going to talk about? Well, first we're going to talk about maybe the reasons that marketing, understanding marketing and how to think like a marketer, can be of value to you as a designer. And I'm primarily thinking about those of you who are designing maybe web design, graphic design. Obviously design encompasses a lot more than that, but communication design, people that are more in that kind of design space. So why should you care about marketing? I'm going to touch on some principles. there are a lot of ways to think about this stuff. This is just one way, but hopefully it'll stoke some ideas and give you a place to start in your work, and you can improve upon it and change it and do whatever makes sense in your context. And then hopefully at the end, we'll cover some examples, maybe good, maybe semi-good, but some work that I've done, and we can kind of talk about how these marketing principles kind of translate into creative collateral, creative assets that we're creating. So I'm going to pull, I'll have chat open. So, you know, if I breeze past something that you want, write it in all caps so I don't miss it. Or use a bunch of emojis or something. I'll try to keep an eye on that on the side. Okay, so reasons. Okay, this is a little bit of, we're going to delve into a little bit of old man Ryan Gorley philosophy about a couple things. Firstly, design is not art. And I think that's somewhat intuitive to you if you've been doing this a long time, but what I've found over the years is that a lot of design, graphic design programs, web design programs and certificates, that kind of thing, oftentimes are taught by artists in art schools, in art departments. And that, there's a good reason for that, because as a graphic designer, I'm employing a lot of the same aesthetic ideas as an artist. I'm using some of the same tools. I'm expressing things visually. And so it's like, okay, well, that's an art thing. But there's an important difference between art and design. And one is whose problem I'm solving. So in art, I get to pick my own problem. I get to pick what idea I am expressing and what, it's an expression more of me. Whereas design is almost always an external problem. It's a problem that belongs to someone else. And I'm coming in as a designer to solve their problem. So to me, that's the really big difference, and sometimes not the most intuitive thing to people. Now, maybe it's intuitive to you, and hopefully it is. But if I think about it that way, then marketing is oftentimes the problem that we're designing around, a marketing problem. Now, it might not be always a commercial problem, but if you think about marketing, maybe not so much in just a commercial context, but really, I have a solution and I have somebody I want to get it to, and I need them to recognize the value of that and adopt it. That's kind of marketing, right? Understanding markets as places where a variety of solutions are available to people to choose between. So if you think about marketing from that in that way, whether you're working for a nonprofit or whatever, you're often dealing with marketing problems. So the better you understand the problem, and I'm doing this a little bit out of order, I'm sorry. The better you understand the problem, the better you can design a solution. So this is maybe getting back to old man Ryan Gorley kind of gripe. Sometimes we get into trouble when we're early in our design career that hopefully you didn't do this. I know I did, but I thought a lot about, like, how can I make this page pretty? You know, how do I lay this out to be pretty? And maybe I get there and it looks nice and I think it's nice. But then, like, someone else comes in and they're just like, well, it doesn't have this and it doesn't say this, and they just destroy it, right? They just trash it. And I'm like, no, but you don't understand. There's balance and all this stuff. Okay. Part of the problem is that I didn't understand what I was doing as a design problem, and I was pursuing it more as an art problem. I had the pieces I was trying to solve, kind of something that was interesting to me. And so being versed in marketing allows you to understand that problem and actually connect with the people you're solving the problem with better. It also helps you to communicate to them in the language they understand. And it makes design, you've heard this before, people say, well, designers just make this look pretty. And it's so irritating because no, you don't understand. I'm not trying to make it pretty. There's a reason we're using this font. There's a reason we're using this color. And so as we kind of couch those decisions in kind of a marketing understanding, then we can communicate them. So it's not just about, well, I like sans serif fonts. It becomes more our audience is this group of people. These are the kinds of sites that they're visiting otherwise. This is the kinds of brands that they're interested in. These are the kinds of feelings we want to create within them. And this font helps us do that. And so it becomes less of a discussion about, well, I prefer this font versus you prefer that font, which is an argument you'll never win in a meeting with somebody that's paying the bills, right? If the argument is just about what font you like, you lose. You're going to lose. But if the discussion isn't an argument, but actually a discussion about who we're trying to reach and why this font was chosen for this reason, then you can ultimately have more freedom, which is the last point I wanted to put on here. You'll have freedom to make choices because you'll build confidence. You'll have freedom in the sense that as you become a better marketer, a better understanding of better understander of marketing, however you word that, you'll have more freedom to do what you want. And in the context of the conference today, in a lot of cases, you have freedom to use whatever tool you want. And people ask me all the time, well, do you have a problem? Because I use only free and open source software. It's like, well, does that create a problem? And surprisingly enough, it almost never creates a problem for me, partly because I'm independent and, you know, I'm not working with an organization that's already got a bunch of licenses. I understand there are problems there. But my client never asked me what tool I use, because when you solve their problem, they don't care about the tool. And so becoming better at solving these problems will give you more freedom. And I would say, as, you know, to bring up AI, you know, AI is pretty cool. It's going to do a lot of things that we used to do. If we want to continue to be able to have value in a market where eventually someone will just say, give me a brochure that does this, we need to also add value in more of that conceptual thinking component here. I don't mean to talk so much about this, but hopefully that makes sense. All right, so principles. Well, I'll dive in. There are 6 principles I'm going to touch on. First 3 are, what is the context and goal? Who am I communicating to? What value does my solution provide them? Now, we'll get into this more. How is my solution different, better, or special? What evidence can persuade them to believe the claims I'm making? And what is their next step? So if you're thinking about coming into a project, I'm going to give you an example. So our first one, what is the context and goal? The best example I have for this, and you might have run into this before in your career, I had a client, or it was actually a brand new client. They hadn't paid me for anything, but they wanted a brochure. Now, I don't know how often people want brochures anymore. I don't get people calling me for brochures, but it used to be the thing. Somebody always wanted a brochure. Now it's probably a website or something, but they say, well, can you make us a brochure? Well, yeah, obviously I can make you a brochure. But the first question is the killer question. Why? Why? And more often than not, you'll find out that the why is actually because, well, their competitor has a brochure. And so they don't really understand why they're asking for it, except that that's what they see other people do. And so one way you can add value as a designer is to start digging into the why. Why do you need this brochure? Now, in this case, we started digging more deeply. We found out that, so they provide home health, which is like healthcare for people that are homebound. And it turns out because of the regulatory structure around that industry in the United States, they couldn't market their services in a normal way. And what we came to find out is that what they couldn't really market at all. They could give the brochures to a doctor's office, and the doctor's office could not recommend anybody, but they could leave the brochures out, and somebody could just pick which one. They couldn't provide any recommendations. And so that got us thinking, okay, well, if that's where this fits in this kind of buying decision, then your brochure is actually incredibly important, more so than okay, is there a slide deck? Oh no. Let me share my screen. Okay, this is
I thought you were
hilarious.
just really presenting. I was like, he's off the top of the cuff.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
so sorry
you
for
know,
not asking sooner.
no. Are you guys able to see my screen? I'm not seeing it. Let's see here.
I was able to see it there for a sec. Yep, I can see it.
Okay, that's embarrassing. All those pretty slides, and you had to look at my face. Okay, so yeah, so there is a deck. You missed it. Anyhow, so I'll come back to our brochure story. So context and goal. Why are we making this thing? How does it fit in the journey of somebody becoming a customer in this case? And then we'll talk about some media strengths and weaknesses. Okay, so the journey here, we discovered that this little tiny brochure proved to be incredibly important. And so when you arrive at that insight and you realize that this is the gatekeeper and no one's going to say anything, well, what did we do? I didn't show it in this presentation. We just made it taller. We cheated. We said, okay, well, if this is going to be on a rack and we want somebody to pick this, and what's the most important thing? Is that they see it more than the others. And so we made it a little bit taller, and it had a really bright color on the top, and it actually proved to be incredibly valuable. But see, that's kind of how a good question in the beginning, or a good set of questions at the beginning, can lead to a better design outcome. We could have designed a pretty brochure, but by understanding the context that we were designing to, we were able to actually give them a better solution. Okay. I don't know how much time I want to spend on media channel strengths and weaknesses. But related to this, I will say this from my design experience. So somebody will say, well, I need a website. And you'll say, okay, well, you can build websites, build a lot of websites. Do you have a lot of website traffic? No. Okay. Do you have a plan to get website traffic? Well, we don't really use our website. Like, okay, well, why am I building you a website? You'll get all kinds of interesting responses. Dig into the context and the goals. I guess it was the first thing I would say. Come to understand why you're doing what you're doing and what they hope to achieve with it. More often than not, I'll find out with like websites that they're not using it, if we're thinking about this conversion journey where somebody's going from not knowing anything about a company or a product or a project or whatever it may be, to whatever goal we have on the other end, whether that's to buy something, whether that's to become a contributor, whatever. Along that journey, a website may not play a primary role, but it may provide a supporting role. So oftentimes we're building websites that aren't really even designed to gather traffic, but rather to provide validation and credibility to a company. And so if you think about it that way, that actually is really important when you think about a design problem. If you're designing a website that's supposed to generate traffic, that's a completely different problem than a website that's primarily there to just make them look like they're bigger, more capable, more talented than their competitors. So get into that context and goal early on. That's the first thing I'd say. Okay. And I apologize if this is like a fire hose, and but I'm trying to give you 20 years of my life as fast as I can. So who am I communicating to? As designers, we understand that as an audience, right? And I think it comes somewhat intuitively. We're designing to somebody. But when you're thinking about, and these can all be valuable, this is what you should be digging out of your customer. And if they don't know, you can actually help them by asking these questions to provide them a lot of value in their marketing in general. So who am I communicating to? Psychographics. I presented something like this a few months ago, and I suddenly had this realization when I was giving this presentation. Is there like, no, we're not talking about graphics of psychos, but that is actually a word, psychographics. So you've heard of demographics, right? That's age, gender, where someone lives, stuff like that. It's not actually really that helpful from a design standpoint. Psychographics are really helpful. So if you think of psychographics are the things I'm interested in, the values that I hold, the people I associate with, the aspirations I have for my life, those are really important. And so when you're designing, first thing you want to understand is, what are those things for the people I'm communicating to? What do they want in their life? Who do they associate with? What do they value, right? So that's really important. Another important thing to flesh out early on in your design process is, are you communicating? And I've made these terms up somewhat. I don't know what other people call them, but I think of them as deciders, influencers, and gatekeepers. So the decider is, I'm speaking to the person that gets to make a decision, right? They decide. The influencer is somebody that doesn't get to make the decision, but influences whether the decider says yes or no. And the gatekeeper is basically, they can say no, right? And this is actually really important because sometimes, let's use for an example, a website that's selling a software product, that a project management tool. We use that as an example. Okay, so the person on the website, and this is actually an actual example. So I do some work for a company that makes a product called Listaflow, and it provides, I won't pull it up because I'm afraid I'll break something. But basically, it's an automated task list, right? And so when we're thinking about our audience for that website, I have the project manager that cares the most, or I don't know what it's called anymore in Scrum or whatever, but the person that's kind of keeping an eye on making sure stuff is getting done. They have certain motivations, but this is also an open source tool. And so it has to be installed somewhere. So that's a different audience. I have people with technical skills that need to know that they can install it, that it's works on their technology stack or whatever, right? And if this was a commercial product, I also might have a decider, somebody that keeps the checkbook. It's not really on the website, but we need to answer whatever problems and questions they have, right? So when we're thinking about that, you'll probably come across the idea of personas in other design contexts. Sometimes it's helpful to actually put these different people that you're communicating to into a persona, a pretend person that represents the interests and values and psychographics of each group. So if I'm thinking about this example of a project management tool, well, the project manager, what do they want? They want something that will actually get adopted, that'll be used. What's the technical person that wants? Well, they want to know that it's going to be easy to install, easy to maintain, right? And the decision maker, they just want to know they're going to make more money than it costs to run it, right? So if you start thinking about these different audiences, you can start coming across developing personas. Sometimes we'll call that market segmentation, which is a slightly different idea. So I'll speak to that real quickly. Sometimes if you have two personas, if you think about it in the persona context, where to communicate to one actually, if you communicate well to one, you actually diminish the value of your messaging to the other. That's where you'll have to think about segmentation and kind of spreading people out. And we'll look at an example of that a little bit later. Okay. What solution does my, what I'm communicating, the product or the project or whatever it is, what value does it provide these audiences? Now, I think I mentioned we would probably develop out multiple personas depending on if a site or a brochure or whatever needs to communicate to different people. We're going to need to answer these questions for each of them because it's going to be different. So what value does it provide? Like I said earlier, to the project manager, it provides them a tool that's easy for someone to use. It will be adopted. It will make their life easier. They'll get more stuff done. To the technical team that has to implement it, the value may be that they don't have to maintain something that they've already built themselves in-house or whatever. So there are different values for different people. Now, a couple of important points on here to recognize. Features versus benefits. Almost everyone rushes to features when you're communicating, finding out what product they're selling. They'll tell you, okay, well, it does this thing. It has this much memory. It provides this many whatever. Those are features. The features are the tangible, specific, technical bullet list of what this thing is. Benefits are different than features. And in communication to actual human beings, it is almost better to lead with benefits and back them up with features. So a benefit to me, to use list of flow as an example, a benefit to me is that I have a tool that makes my life easier, right? I can be lazy. The benefits, there are probably only a couple dozen benefits that everyone zeroes in on. And, I'll have more friends. I'll have to do less work in my life. People will like me more, right? That's what we're talking about with benefits. They're the abstract ideas that we aspire to that actually resonate with us. Whereas the benefit in list of flows example is I do less work. The feature is it does task automation, right? And if I lead with it does task automation, I'm burdening the user to figure out what benefit that provides them. If I lead with the benefit, then they have curiosity and interest to explore the feature. So lead with benefits, not with features. Tangible and intangible value. So as the world becomes more and more developed, a lot of the value that we're providing becomes less and less tangible. So if you think of an automobile, the tangible value of an automobile is that it gets me from point A to point B. Now, we were doing that with horses and buggies. We were doing that with feet before then, right? But the tangible value of a car is maybe that it does it faster, right? So what do you do if you're selling a car and that's the only way you can see value in a car? Everybody's doing that more or less. That's when we get into intangible values. And you'll see this a lot in marketing communications. So the intangible value of a particular car is maybe makes me feel like I feel secure. I feel safe, right? Safety features are actually not tangible most of the time because you're not getting in car accidents every day. But the intangible value is that I feel safe. I feel secure when I'm going around, right? Intangible values. I won't go into that much more unless you guys have questions later. So how is my solution different, better, or special? Now, I want you to understand that we're kind of building up a rational case here for why somebody should actually do the goal that we have in the beginning, right? So we know who we're talking to. We're speaking to their specific value. We're providing them specifically. Then we need to communicate, well, why are we different at providing this? What makes our solution better? What makes it special? Why should you care? I won't really go into that much. Hopefully that'll come out a little bit in some examples later. Then we're looking at evidence. Okay, so the idea is that I've spoken to you personally. You know that this resonates with you. I've spoken to what's important to you. And then I'm able to communicate that I'm able to give it to you in a way that you just aren't getting some other way, or somewhere else, or some competitor. That sounds great. I don't believe you, right? It sounds too good to be true. Hopefully by this point in our journey, it feels too good to be true. This can't be so, like this, it costs me no money and I can fly around space in a moment. That seems impossible. This is where evidence comes in. And every good marketing communication will look at how do we provide evidence or reasons to believe. And that can take on a few different forms. And then what we provided the evidence, they believe our outrageous but true claim. What do we do next? And that's always an important component to any marketing collateral. What is the next step? Now, a couple ideas to kind of convey in here that will bear out in your design is this idea of incremental conversions and this idea of funneling. So the reality is there are a lot of, and this, it becomes especially a case on like a website, but even if you think about a brochure, there might be a lot of things we want people to do. We want them to read about this or read about that or do this or do that. But we need to kind of be directing them to a single point, a single destination. Related to that, people are not hot and cold, black and white. It's just not how we work. And so we need to be thinking about, how do I offload somebody in an incremental conversion if they're not ready for my big conversion, right? So obviously in websites, the big conversion is contact us or fill out this form or call or click the buy button, right? That's where we're trying to funnel people. Do I provide an off-ramp for somebody who's not ready to buy, but is still interested? That's where you need to think about signing up for social media or joining an email list. What are those incremental conversions that are kind of my safety fallback conversions for people who are not ready to do my primary conversion right now? So, all right, examples. Are there any questions before we jump into a couple examples here that have come up? I feel like I've been talking too fast. All right, I don't see any questions in chat. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, so there's some questions in the widget. I can read them off to you if you're ready.
Yes, go ahead, and then I might defer a couple of these for later if it makes sense. Go ahead.
No worries. Okay, so as the owner of an open source based / focused agency, is growth a primary goal, or have you reached a satisfying sustainable point?
I'll come back to that one.
Okay. And when marketing to potential clients, do you lead your value proposition with the values of using open source software? And if yes, which ones / how?
Yeah, so I'm going to bucket that into, I'll answer that later because that's more about how I market as an agency.
Okay, and this one might fall into the same category, but it's the last
Okay.
one. In marketing, how do you handle situations where open source solutions may be, quote, outclassed by competing proprietary solutions?
Okay, these are good questions. Let me dive through. I have 3 examples here. Let me go through at least one of these, and then we'll come back, and then we can decide what you guys are most interested in. Because it sounds like there's more interest right now in some of the mechanics of running an open source agency, which I'm happy to talk about. So as far as marketing principles, how putting this to work. One example I would illustrate here that, let me see if I can find my window. Okay, so a canonical Ubuntu, right? Everyone knows who these guys are. So we did the release video for 2204.1. It seems funny to do a release video for 0.1, but there were reasons. But every project, I kind of go through the same exercise with a client. And so I thought it might be illustrative to kind of think about how we answer these questions for somebody like this that you might be familiar with. So the first question being, what is the context and the goal? Okay, so the context here is that they're launching a long-term release of their operating system. They've got people that have been using a previous long-term release or other releases that they want to get to update, right? But they also want to broaden the reach of their desktop product, right? To reach more people, to generate some excitement about what's going on. This video so that's the much larger context. The video itself is going to find itself on their website, their social media, and hopefully if we can generate enough interest and excitement, it's going to reach even further through media, right? Okay, so that's kind of our context. What's our goal? How does this fit into it? Does that make sense? It makes sense. It made sense to me, right? I didn't tell them to do something different, which I do sometimes, and you'll have to see if you can get away with that. But who am I communicating to? Well, in that context, they're communicating to current Ubuntu desktop users, right? And they're also communicating to Linux curious computer users. So these are kind of different, right? What you're communicating to one is different than the other. If it's a current user, what are they interested in? Well, they might be interested in the new widget or the new whatever gizmo that you're offering. They know the big picture stuff. But to a Linux curious user, you've got to communicate at a much higher level. You're trying to communicate values that are different, right? So we had kind of a split audience here, the people that would watch this video. Now, oftentimes I explain to people what design is, above all, is the art of prioritization. Everything is a negotiation between competing needs and interests. And so as a designer, what you're helping them to do is to prioritize. What is the primary audience? What's the secondary audience? The same way we're doing visually. What is the primary element? What's the secondary element? How do I lead through all these things? Because if all logos are 10 times bigger and all fonts are 10 times bigger and all, it just becomes a chaotic mess. So in this case, we prioritize the Linux curious user a little bit over the other. What value are we providing? Well, we're providing the power I'll show this video and then we'll go back to some questions. This won't be all just me talking. But what value we're providing? We're providing power, emphasis around power to take on a variety of tasks. Freedom from proprietary licenses. Comfort of a well-designed interface. Confidence that it works well and will continue to work well. Now, I kind of went back. I don't know if these are the ones we exactly talked about then, but this is how I'd approach it. Power, freedom, comfort, confidence. Those are values. Those are not features. Those are benefits. Does that make sense? So how is it different, better, special? And I know I'm getting in trouble. Sorry, Fedora people. I'm not trying to. Maybe I should have picked a different example for this, but within their context of their problem, what is this? How is it different, better, and special? Well, if we're thinking about our primary audience being Linux curious computer users, the biggest thing that makes it different is that it's powered by Linux, right? And because it's powered by Linux, it works real well with other technical Linux-y type problems. Again, thinking about our audience, what makes it different, better, special? Because it's not Windows or Mac OS, it's open source, and you get all the freedom of that. And then maybe lastly, what's another way it's different, better, special? Well, there are a lot of Linux distributions, and among Linux distributions, it's got a really strong community and strong commercial support. Okay, so those are our different, better, special points. What evidence can we provide them? Well, we can provide different kinds of evidence, but in this case, it looks beautiful. You can see it, it just looks good. It's performing all the stuff that you can do, and that's a form of evidence, right? Seeing it in action. Another evidence is that we can leverage commercial brands that people recognize and say, hey, they're using it too. That's another form of evidence. And then what's our action that we want at the end? Well, download it, try it. So maybe I'll see if I can post this in here and we can watch it, and then we'll maybe skip to some of these other questions you guys have. Now, I believe I can find the window. I believe I can just drop this into Jitsi. Let's see. Okay, so hopefully you guys are all still seeing this. Okay, I'm going to close this down because it doesn't like me doing both. Okay, so if you're paying attention here, you might have noticed some of the things that we're talking about coming out. And so, for example, we've got these little encoded images here to help this resonate with people who are already Ubuntu users, right? So we've got these little like legacy stickers going on here. In the beginning, it's kind of quick, but we're going through some of the specific features that have updated. But at a high level, though, we're trying to touch on these higher value propositions that Ubuntu will provide this kind of Linux curious user. And so creativity, we've got this kind of system administrative side here to give you greater productivity, some machine learning or modeling happening here that you can do with Linux. And then we've got kind of the gaming component here, right? We're trying to speak to these higher value propositions that Linux provides. And then we're backing it up and saying, hey, you know, not only are we showing you how cool and slick it is, but we're showing you this representation of kind of a global community that's supporting this. A bunch of open source names that you might be familiar with if you're a little bit more technical, tools that you might be using otherwise, even if you're a Windows or Mac OS user. And then, some brands that you've certainly heard of that have some commercial clout, right? And then we're leading back to the end, upgrade, and then we've got this is where we want you to go, right? So that's an example here. So the time we have, let's jump back at, are there any new questions pertaining to how this marketing thinking would influence kind of your design work? And then we'll jump back to some of your other questions about running an agency.
Well, so there's kind of a few specific questions that were generated after the video was showed. So one was, this person asks, I'm curious how you decide how much time to spend on each aspect of the benefits. I would expect there to be some incentive to focus on the revenue generating services. And they noticed that the Ubuntu advantage mentioned was quite short.
That comes back to, I think, the original question, which is really about setting the goals. What are you trying to accomplish? I would say this, it didn't really come out, but it's a really, really important issue to think about in your design work. And I hinted at it as a bullet point. There is an appropriateness to different kinds of media for carrying different kinds of messages. So if you think about like a brochure, a handout, the benefit of a brochure and handout is that you can get relatively high information density and you're not constrained by time. So hopefully somebody's taking it. If you can get them to read it all, they'll read the whole thing. Now a video is a unique kind of media in that it provides this kind of an emotional element to it. We can put music to it, motion, it captures a lot of attention. But like what you're alluding to is that it has a fixed, I have only so many seconds to say what I'm saying, and it's somewhat linear, right? I'm taking you from start to finish. So videos can only really do so much lifting. They have advantages and disadvantages, and a website's somewhere in between where you can get a high amount of information density. It's less emotional generally than a video, but people can choose their own adventure. So this relates to your question. How do you decide what you emphasize? Well, part of it is really what's the goal of this media asset itself? What's the primary thing? Now, in this case, with Ubuntu, our primary interest is to broaden the reach of Ubuntu. We want it to have a good, fast pace. We want it to seem inviting and exciting. And we want to say it does all kinds of cool things. If you don't know about it, if you're not using it, or if it's been a long time since you've used it, you need to try it. That's our primary goal. Now, some of the commercial interests like Ubuntu Pro or Ubuntu Advantage, I think they changed the name of it afterward. There might be a context, a video that's made for that, but early on, I think really the goal here was to talk about the high level value of what you're getting with Ubuntu and kind of that higher level. If we were trying to sell Ubuntu Advantage or Ubuntu Pro, it would have been a different video. We didn't really, it found its way in there because it was important, but it wasn't really what we were primarily serving. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay.
No, it's a lot to kind of condense into like a kind of clear, concise, but no, I think it makes perfect sense. And the other question that came up was, so if I'm understanding correctly, you made the introducing Ubuntu video, correct?
Yeah.
And if so, what open source program did you use? Because the Fedora design team is constantly trying to upscale their open source video editing skills, but there's kind of a learning curve and trying to decide between which program is a big question as well. So,
okay, yeah, let's look at. So that video was done entirely in Blender.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of the videos we do, the animated videos, we'll just keep it all in Blender. And you'll notice there's certain, maybe I'm revealing too much here, because I hate editing. You'll notice that in the video, we're actually not, the entirety of this video, I could pull it up if I wanted, is in one scene. All I'm doing is moving the camera. So
Right.
cutting this shot, you miss it, but if you were to see the scene, this is left of this, and then we're moving right, and then we're cutting right further. You'll see slides to the left. You probably missed that. But this is all within one scene because I hate cutting and splicing things, and I like that feeling. So this one was all done in Blender. Sometimes we'll use Kdenlive, but not generally for the animated work.
No, I think it was really beautiful, and it's kind of like your stage production, and we're the audience, and you're just sliding everything onto the main stage from the curtains.
Yeah. Maybe I should pull it up here just because it's fun. See if I can break my computer here during the stream.
People in the comments are like, mind blowing.
Okay, so since there's some curiosity here, oh my gosh, now you get to see the mayhem of my life. Okay, so which one of these scenes is going to have everything? So I'll export it as an image sequence, and then I'll just edit that within, oh gosh, this is what I get into trouble. Okay, so real quick, the way we'll do a video like this is we'll start with a music track rather than doing a music track last. Because the music, you could do it last. I've done it that way, but usually people don't want to spend an extra $1,000 or $2,000 for a custom music loop. So we'll start with one that kind of has the feeling and the length and the general structure that we need. We'll do a storyboard that's animated to that. The music track is going to give you your structure and your pacing. Where are the major transitions? What's the rhythm? What do I need to cut my camera movements to? And so I'll use that as kind of a base, and then we'll build on that. And unfortunately, like I said, I've got too many scenes in here, and I haven't touched this project in a really long time.
Oh, no worries. I know that Blender loves to explode, even if you just...
Well, I was hoping to show you guys something cool, but you won't get to see it this time. But yeah, so we'll build the whole scene in there, and then we'll export the frame sequence out of Blender, and then we'll just lay it right on top of the same music track that we've been working on. Oh, maybe. I found it. It was working. All right. So, yeah. So if you see, like, that whole video is this. I mean, wow. It's just like, I don't know if I can, you won't be able to see, you can see the camera a little bit in here. So, as we're scrubbing the timeline, it's not coming out very visibly. Here's the camera, but we're just moving up and down the scene. I've got my fake little home lab here, and then we've got this fake office. That this is really pulling the curtain back, and you're seeing how primitive all this is. We've got a watercolor, you'll see it, and we've got this machine learning stuff going on, and the server. It's all in one scene. We've got this fake little living room. We've got our world. We've got our, company logos. All of it's in one giant scene. That's how I like to do it.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for showing. I know that we still have the 3 other questions.
Yeah, I'll try to answer those. Do we have time?
We've got 7 minutes.
Okay.
And yeah.
So I guess let's take them in order. Remind me what the first one was.
Yeah, no worries. In marketing, how do you handle situations where open source solutions may be, quote, outclassed by competing proprietary solutions?
Okay, so there's maybe this might come up in 2 different settings, and I don't deal with one very much. if I'm in an organization that already has a tool set that it uses, you know, it's tough. It's going to be tough to get them to change what tools they're using. I'm going to skip that question because it's the hard question. Let me answer the easier question, which is in my setting, no one asked me what tool I'm using. And it's almost never relevant. And that's one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to give this presentation. I know that it's not strictly open source software E. This could apply to any designer. But this is especially important if you're trying to do work with open source tools, is add value outside of the tool. Use the tool you want, add value in your mind, not in the tool, right? I've run into a number of occasions in my life where I kind of felt like the term I have for it is people want me to be a Photoshop jock. You know, they want me just to be the master of Photoshop, and they tell me, we'll move this thing here, move this thing there, add a third eye or whatever. You know, that's not really where you want to be as a professional, as just kind of a technician of a software application. You want to be providing value, which is in kind of the design, good prioritization, good results. So that's how I address it. It doesn't come up, and it shouldn't come up.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
No, I think that makes sense.
But then the other question I think was like, well, do you lead with telling people use open source?
Yes. So if you need me to repeat it, I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, when marketing to potential clients, do you lead your value proposition with the values of using open source? And if yes, like, you know, which ones or how?
I know people that do. I don't. And I'm going to be honest with you. There's an expression, the cobbler's kids have no shoes, which the shoemaker's kids don't have shoes, I guess, if that doesn't translate well. I'm terrible at marketing in my own business. But the reality is most of my work is referral work. People that I've done work for suggest to somebody else to do it. And so I don't, if you look at my website, it's partially complete, and it's been partially complete for probably a year and a half now. And that was replacing another partially complete website that had only been partially complete for like 5 years. So like, it's terrible. I do talk about open source on there. It is important to a couple clients. I mean, when we were doing work for System 76, you know, it was important to them. And I showed you examples of like Canonical and other companies. But even, you know, even within those contexts, though, I wouldn't say the tool is really what lands us most work. I think it's usually an understanding of maybe a market, because we've done work with one company that's trying to reach open source people. There's value to them in hiring us because we understand, we come with a certain amount of understanding already about their market. So I think tools have much less value than skills and expertise. And I say this often, and I'll say it again, when people want to disparage open source software because, well, it's not as good at doing whatever thing. I tend to not really buy into that argument, because my lived experience has been that, you know, I've had to use dozens of tools. I've been doing this 20 years. I was using Macromedia software in the beginning, and you know, Macromedia hasn't been around for a really long time. You know, you're going to have to learn new tools throughout your life. Don't get stuck on tools. They're just freaking tools. Be the malleable, creative, adaptive thing that a human being is, and don't make it about tools. Yeah. Now, that said, I'm not advocating not to use open source tools, and that's kind of part of the argument. It's like, well, if I have to choose between using a tool set that I've got to subscribe to for the rest of my life to have a career, no, thank you. I will master Blender, I will master Inkscape and all these other tools, because they are better for humanity, and they're better for me as a business and a person.
Perfectly said. And in the last minute, as the owner of an open source based / focused agency, is growth a primary goal, or have you reached a satisfying, sustainable point?
Growth is really hard in the services business because people are more complicated than objects that you can put on a shelf and sell for a certain price. I would say I'm happy with the amount of work I have. I generally have more work than I can do. I'm always trying to figure out ways to increase our capacity to do work. But yeah, I've been doing this 15 years. When I started, I was using Adobe stuff, and now I'm not. I haven't been using Adobe stuff for 6 years, maybe 6 years, I think. It's made no difference. I'm doing more work now than I did before. So as far as whether growth is a focus, I guess I'll give another old man opinion. Look, being a big company isn't everything it's cracked up to be. I've worked in big companies. It's not the end all be all of a business. Create a business that you want to work at. And if you want to work at a company with 20, 30 people, fine, you can create that. But yeah, that shouldn't be the default. Create a business you want to work at.
I love that answer.
So sorry, I feel like I've been rambling and not showing enough visual stuff, but hopefully you got some value out of that.
That was perfect. I think that, I have so many thoughts that I'm going to be adding into the chat after this conversation, just because I want to make sure our next speaker has enough time. But I think that obviously we're so lucky to have your experience and thoughts shared with us here today. It was a wonderful talk.
Well, thanks to all of you that watched it, and for all the awesome stuff you're doing. I love this community, and I'm sure you're all just, if I got to know you individually, I'd be really impressed. So thank you for doing that, and thanks for having me.
I got to jump on real quick to say thank you to Ryan for all the support for the website, and being here for the Creative Freedom Summit and providing that support. We really appreciate it.
Glad to be here. It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
While we wait for Roland to get on here, I just kept thinking about how it related to some of the questions that were coming up in Errol's talk earlier, because I know that a thing that they were talking about was sometimes designers lose out on learning skills like in the industry by not using proprietary programs. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be new tools. And I don't know, Adobe could end one day in a flaming fireball. We don't know. And so all those people who you just have to be able to move on the fly. Hi, Roland. Can you hear me? I think you're muted right now. If you're... Jitsi might be doing Jitsi stuff again.
Can you hear Roland?
Are you, Roland, you can't hear us either?
For folks that are watching the stream, we are working with the speaker to get things working here on the chat in Jitsi. So just bear with us for a few minutes. Doing a test to see if Roland can see us on camera.
It wouldn't be the last day if there wasn't a little bump in the road.
I think Roland was saying yesterday that he was like running this from a container or something. So I'm like not surprised Jitsi is being kind of bratty about it. There's some like magic that has to be done, like close Firefox 3 times, open Chrome once.
Get a cat to meow. Like
Start with your audio off. That's like the secret combo to getting into Jitsi.
yeah. What's been some of your favorite talks so far?
Oh my gosh.
I feel like we're kind of in the Hunger Games. You know, they have like the two speakers.
The Secret Lives of OSS Designers was really cool. Like I found that to be really interesting, and I put in many of the questions came up because I've been doing open source software design for like since 2013, so I've had a lot of different experiences, and some great, some okay, and some bad, and I'm very curious about other people's experience. Oh, Roland's back. Let's see.
We can see you.
Yay, work.
Yay.
I have to switch to Vivaldi. I was trying Chrome and was trying Firefox. Nothing worked. And Vivaldi did it. So here we are.
Yay. Well,
You did the magic dance.
Yeah, we'll let you
Yeah.
take it away then.
Okay, I am ready to go. Let me just restart my presentation. It seems to have stopped through all of this mess. And I will share my screen once that is ready. Oh, it's already ready. Just switch windows. Yeah, so, all right, let me share my screen, and then I will introduce myself, and we will get going. Okay, can everyone see this okay?
We can see it here, just waiting for it to hit the stream. Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so today's talk will be basically rundown of my own experience in open source, and also talking about why open source is not a luxury but a lifeline, especially for those of us who are in the so-called developing world and those who are underprivileged, and I would also say underserved, which is pretty important to understand. So just a small note, I will take questions after. In my previous talk, I took questions while I was giving the talk, but in this one, in the interest of time, I will take questions after. And I didn't give an introduction of myself the last time I spoke, so I will give a more full introduction this time around. So yeah, that's the logistical stuff. Let me get right into it. So, for those who don't know me, you've never seen me before, I'm Roland Taylor. I'm founder of Roland Media 8, former outreach intern last year. During the summer period, I was a Fedora badges contributor under the outreach program, and now I'm continuing to contribute to Fedora badges on a somewhat regular basis. I have been very, very busy, and I apologize. Um, I did plan to do some more contributions than I have, but it's been a very busy time setting up business, actually, which I will talk about in a little bit. And yeah, I do plan to get back to that in a heavier manner very soon. So, a few things about me that you will want to know. I'm an open source advocate for only God knows how long, because it has been a very long time since I got to learn about open source. I can't shut up about it. So, yeah, I've been an advocate for quite a long time, a community organizer, having run multiple online communities for the Blender program. I also ran one Actually, I'm forgetting some of the stuff I've done. So basically, just so you know, I've run a bunch of communities online for open source software in the past. Most of them are no longer active because, well, pretty much none of them are active because that was on platforms that themselves are no longer active. So that basically would be why um, I no longer actually run those, but that is one of the things that I did quite a bit, just fixing something here on my end. Right, there we go. Also, I'm a web and graphics designer. That is my primary job at this point in time. I'm a multimedia digital artist, and I do quite a number of things, all with open source software. So that's video editing, um, as I said, graphic design and web design, 3D, pretty much everything. I touch on it at some point in time. And I'm an artist in general. I actually started before I got into the digital world. I started with paper, pen and paper, pencil and paper, um, aluminium foil of all things, which I know probably may surprise some of you. I used to make craft with that, and my favorite thing was getting my hands on any kind of malleable substance. So whether it was plasticine or clay or anything else, I was always that kind of artistic person. So I've taken that and brought it over into my career, and that's what my focus is primarily. And I we'll touch on this in a little bit, but one of my favorite things is CSS. So if you want to talk to me about that after, you can reach out to me about that. So yeah, let me continue. I'm going to give you a little bit about my company, which was actually founded shortly after I completed my outreach journey. So in October, I actually registered my company and been doing freelancing for a number of years, but I finally decided to make everything solid and move on into actually founding a company. So we are creator driven. We are free/open source software first. And that doesn't mean that we only use free and open source software, although that would be my dream. Um, but I personally typically only use free and open source software for pretty much everything I do. But there are some tools, not so much in my pipeline, but in my possession, that I do use. And we promote creative freedom. That is one of my primary goals in life in general, is promoting creative freedom because it has really and truly transformed my life, and I want to bring that same freedom to everyone that I can. So also we are poised to give back, basically. So one of the things that we are planning to do, we haven't gotten to that place yet, but one of the things that we are planning to make a primary focus of the company is to give back to the open source community, both in terms of actual money and in terms of our talents and capabilities. So my arsenal, I'm going to give you a little bit of a rundown of that. My arsenal consists of Inkscape for vectors, and if you were watching my talk yesterday, you would have seen, I saw some people calling me an Inkscape ninja. That is pretty accurate because I'm literally in Inkscape just about every day. So many hours of my day are spent in Inkscape. Also, I'm a Nextcloud user, very extensively. So like basically, all of my files are backed up to at least one or two Nextcloud servers that I have in my possession. I also use Blender for 3D. I use Pulsar for web design. So I used to use Atom before that. Atom was my go-to editor, and then of course that died, which broke my heart. But thankfully, Pulsar has come along and taken up the slack there. I use Canon Light for videos. It used to be OpenShot before, and I basically have decided to stop using OpenShot, not because of any issues with the application itself or like any developer issues or anything like that. It just is that I found Canon Light to fit my process better, and it has evolved in a way that I'm more comfortable with. For tutorials, primarily I use VS Code because that's what most people are familiar with when it comes to web design and anything to do with coding. I will use VS Code for that. I do occasionally use it in my own pipeline, but I'm more of an Atom guy. I feel much more comfortable there, so that's my thing. Painter and GIMP for raster graphics, OBS Studio for productions and streaming / tutorials, Godot for game dev, which is something I used to do in my earlier years, but I will not date myself. I am planning to really get back into that in the future, but I've only done a little bit of poking around for now. So if anyone wants to basically help me along with Godot, that would be great. But I do have big dreams for that. One day we'll get there. LibreOffice, various things, and Audacity for audio. So that's a rundown of my arsenal. All open source software from top to bottom. And I will touch on why that is so important to me that I use open source software. So there are many others that I discover almost monthly thanks to the many developers introducing new applications to the Linux ecosystem. So whenever I open software on my software is the app store, so to speak, I typically use that practically every week to see if there's something new. And I just install software practically every week and try them out every once in a while. So there are many other applications in my arsenal. I've been using Inkscape, as I said, these are my stats by the way. Been using Inkscape almost from day one, from since it existed. Been using Blender since 2.2x, and if you've been around for a long time, you know that is very probably after version 2.25, I started using Blender, and I watched it grow and evolve, even to the point where it has outpaced me. Like I can no longer keep up with some of these changes. It is really amazing to watch the growth that Blender has gone through. And I started using Linux in the days of DSL, I'll call it that, just in case any folks out there are not comfortable with this name. But that is literally what it was called. DSL Linux. I started using that on Windows XP. That was my first experience with Linux before I switched to using a distro called Co-Create OS, which came out of China. I don't know how I found that. I was a very curious person, so I was browsing for a Linux distro, and I found that. And it just so happened to be RPM / Red Hat based. But after that, I switched to Ubuntu, and from there, I'd be using some kind of Ubuntu distro basically for all of my time. And now I'm almost exclusively a Linux user, even though I do have Windows on the system. I don't really log into it. So I just kind of hinted at that. I'm a non-exclusive Linux kingpin until this computer that I'm doing this talk on. It did come with Windows, but as I said, I installed Linux and I hardly use it. Also, I'm a contributor in the past to the Numix project. You probably would not have seen the icons I contributed because they were not that popular. The applications that I designed icons for, but I used to see them every day, and that made me feel proud having contributed to that project. I'm also currently a contributor to the Fedora badges design, as I said, and also an application called Hectane and some others in the past, which I cannot even remember. It's been a long time. I've created multiple CSS frameworks and libraries for fun, which is very important to keep in mind because most people hate CSS and I cannot understand it, but I love it. So I do it for fun, and I often say I do CSS for therapy, which is, I know is a little strange, but I do. So suffice to say, I'm all about that free and open source life. But it didn't start like that. So here's where we will get into the nitty gritty of this talk. And I'm going to give you a bit of my journey. So I started with experimentation because experimentation is my thing. I love to experiment with pretty much everything. Creativity is in my DNA, and I will explore just about anything I can get my hands on. But I always wanted to try new things naturally, and I was drawn to this digital space, from the time I was able to click a mouse and touch a keyboard. And I was creating before I could even use the computer. So naturally, I was drawn to exploring various arenas. But it started with the likes of Microsoft Paint, possibly even something before that, but I was too young to remember what that was. I know there was something on DOS, but I won't even go any further about that. I cannot remember. I was too young to know. Then I moved on to doing artwork, believe it or not, in PowerPoint. And I used to do really complex animations and other stuff in PowerPoint and some other applications. Then I moved on to 3ds Max, Rhinoceros 3D, and Merlin 3D. Merlin was way back when. If you even know what Merlin 3D was, kudos to you. I have not even been able to find it on Google. That will tell you how old it is. And some other software. And my curiosity eventually led me to discover free and open source software. And then I sought those tools on purpose. And I was first attracted by freedom of cost, obviously, because all this other software was expensive, and the only way I could get it was like a friend would happen to have a copy of like 3ds Max or AutoCAD or whatever other program, and they would get a copy of that. Which at the time, because they didn't understand licensing, I didn't know that we were not even supposed to have copies of this software from each other. You're supposed to run a single copy on a single computer and all of that stuff. But lo and behold, here it is. Someone comes around with the CD and you just take it and install it, not realizing what trouble you could be in. So once I found out about licensing and all that stuff, I was no longer doing that. And I was drawn then to open source software because, of course, it's free. That was, in my younger days, that was what it was all about. But then I realized that, I could do so much with it. And I wanted to know how things work because even if I can't replicate it myself, I love to explore because that's how I learn. And I also love the possibility of creating things without arbitrary restrictions and watermarks, which you would often find with a lot of the free, supposedly free tools out there, freeware and shareware, that add like tons of watermarks and everything here to your whatever you produce, and then basically you're not able to sell it, you're not able to use it. So moving on then, free and open source software became a matter of necessity and not necessarily or not solely because of the cost. So as I started to exit my teen years and enter adulthood and I gained more technical responsibilities, I found that I needed more robust tools to fulfill my duties and ambitions. And this is where my shift into being primarily about open source software really took hold. So the hidden costs of free, non-free creative tools, and by non-free, of course, I mean they're not open source. I will get into this because it may surprise you what I've learned from my own personal journey, just how much it actually costs to use non-free creative tools. And I'm not talking about money here only. There's a lot more that I learned from my journey. So unfortunately, most proprietary software, even freeware and shareware, didn't cut it. Paid tools are expensive, but also have greater hardware restrictions because of expenses, and free tools because of unreasonable restrictions. So what do I mean by that? Let's say you wanted to use 3ds Max, as I did many years ago. 3ds Max 4 barely worked on my system that I had at the time. I had a system with, I think, a Pentium 3 or Pentium 4 and some kind of AMD graphics. Well, no, ATI, because it's before AMD bought over at ATI, and it barely worked. So I could barely try any of the tutorials that I was able to get my hands on, barely animate anything. Rendering was absolutely not going to happen. That was one side of it. But then as things go on, you realize that hardware restrictions keep growing and you're unable to do more, you're unable to learn more. And the cost itself obviously precludes you from being able to get the software. So basically you're stuck. And then I found that the free tools that did exist came with unreasonable restrictions. Oh, you can make stuff with this software, but you can't share it with anyone, or you can't sell it, or we'll stick an unnecessary watermark on it. Or let's say if you produce a video, even just for fun, we will limit you to rendering 5 seconds of video and nothing more. So there's hardly anything that you could actually do with it. So paid tools are expensive, but also have greater restrictions, as I said. And the proprietary tools often have these unreasonable restrictions and terrible support. And terrible support also really took away from me being able to explore more because you don't really find a lot of tutorials for some of these tools. And even if you did, they're usually not very good, to be honest. And therefore, without free and open source tools, my experience was actually rather limited. So there were creative ideas I literally could not access. And I'm going to touch on this a little bit more in the presentation, but you would be surprised that some tools are even location restricted. So there are tools that I literally, even some that are very popular that you would think are like, you know, universal to the industry, like Adobe software, for instance, I can't buy it because of where I live, to put it simply. And I tried. So that will give you an idea of what I'm talking about. You literally cannot access some software. So, as I said, my experience then was limited. And I made the most of it where I could. But my growth was significantly limited by lack of access to better tools in education over time. And between switching computers and operating system versions and switching between all kinds of incompatible programs, I probably lost just as much work as I produced, if not more. And I'm talking, I actually created complete games that could have been profitable that were lost not just to switching computers and then having to switch operating systems, but literally because, take for instance, a program gets upgraded, my hardware can't keep up with it, and I'm no longer able to take that software that I have and use it on another system, so can't do anything with it. Or it is in a format where I can't just take what I produce, transfer it to another program, whatever assets I have or whatever, I reuse them somewhere else because it was so locked down. There's nothing I could do with it. So I have lost a lot of work, and not only games. I'm talking art and even written works, everything. I've lost a lot of my work to using free software because it was incompatible with other software, and that was it. Once I lose access to that software for whatever reason, there goes my work. So what my experiences have taught me. First problem, meaningful professional technology education and certification is often costly. For some, the cost is higher because of expensive, restricted software, especially if it is outdated. So to give an example, when I studied computer studies, we were taught on outdated software, and this was known. So when we brought it up to our tutors, they said, "Oh, we know, but we can't do anything about that. We don't control the syllabus." So you're learning software that when you go into the industry, no one actually uses it, and then basically you're out to sea. So there's nothing you can do about that other than to try and find some means of educating yourself other ways outside of the system. And this is how it is for some of us in the world. But it's also expensive. So what would often happen is you have some students who cannot afford that software, and the school doesn't always provide it. So if you can't get access to the software on your own, and this is whether legally or illegally, you're out to sea. And if you fail, tough luck. So that was one of the problems that I encountered. You can literally find yourself being in a situation I found to where, let's say you are not very wealthy and you have to pay for software. You have to choose between paying for software or paying for transportation, or paying for software and having something to eat that week or that month. So there's a catch-22 where you also don't get certified, and because you don't get certification, you're not recognized, or you get certification, but that certification isn't recognized as being good enough because of where you got it. So, and also the software you're trained on is outdated, so what's the use? So these were some of the problems I noticed there. Then another problem is that the cost, especially hidden cost of non-free software, is a barrier for those who aren't privileged to afford it. And then, of course, we come to this problem that we have today, which is that software costs are rising. So subscription models are increasingly the only way to access creative tools. Even one-time payments are at times becoming restricted. And I have a little graphic here that I thought was pretty hilarious. So we have this example software, and we will just call it a low-key creative throw. We will not identify exactly who I'm referring to. This is not exact pricing. This is just relative to give you an idea of how it has been happening for some of us. Well, for everyone really. So let's say that the software started out at $235 per month or per year or whatever. And then it goes up to $465 the next year, and then it goes up to $1,299. And finally, it gets to the point where they say, "Tough luck, my guy. You should be born rich." And then they trail off because they have more to say, but you don't even get to hear it. You just walk away empty-handed. So through the use of restrictive subscription models and restrictive licenses that don't allow for commercial use, even by students who may very well depend on creative work as a lifeline while studying for the professional certification they needed to get a job, you end up with a greater cost. And I've experienced this firsthand, by the way, where you can literally be restricted from getting certified, and you're also restricted from even being able to use the software that you have to get your certification, to make money, to pay for your certification. So yeah, your wheels are stuck in the mud. So in other words, if you want to make money, have money, basically. And then the other problem is restricted access to professional creative software can limit freedom of exploration and learning of important techniques and skills. The closed nature of non-free software makes duplication and extensibility of these tools either difficult or impossible. And all combined, this means fewer underprivileged individuals become professionals, so our needs are flat out ignored. And learning how to fill these niches becomes even harder because it's almost impossible in many cases and in many places to get certified with professional knowledge. Then you can't actually learn how to even create the tools that you need to fill the gaps where you're not able to access certain software and tools, and you're basically stuck. And this is why, as a community, I'm imploring us to put away the popular say, just build it yourself. You know, I've actually been told this in communities before, where, for instance, I may say, like, let's say I'm approaching a project and I've noticed that there is a challenge with the software being unable to do something, and someone will come and say, well, why don't you just build it yourself? So there's a reason why many of us can't just build it ourselves. Not only we don't know how, but it's practically impossible because we don't have that freedom as we may think we do. So many people want to, but they just can't. So don't be this way. And creating free professional creative software is not easy, and I'm sure any of the developers out there can agree with this. Years to get into creative software development, and I very quickly learned my lessons. So that's why you don't see my name on any projects out there. It is harder than you think. So massive shout out to the developers who do, especially creators and maintainers of my favorite tools. So we need such software more than ever. I'm almost done here, by the way. So we're going to get to any questions we have soon. Where am I in my slides? I just lost my slides here. All right. Without them, some creative professionals would never know their potential. Sites like OpenClipArt, Pexels, SVG Repo, and others are actually lifelines for us. Creative freedom equalizes the professional space. And even without access to established industry standard tools, you can produce great work and get paid. For example, we have Outreachy over here. So, oh yeah, and by the way, when I say over here, I actually produced this badge that you were able to see. Oh, by the way, I just noticed that the whiteboard is showing. Let me disable that. Okay, I just noticed that you weren't able to see my slides, but I will make this presentation available after. So just a few final points here. Creative freedom facilitates flexibility and adaptability. Unfortunately, however, the creative industry at large is still somewhat entrenched with expensive proprietary tools and often slow to change. And this means that you might be able to find work in the industry if you are someone who uses free software, no, no matter how great you or that software may be. So I think I worded this a little poorly here on this slide, but what I meant to say was you might not be able, to find work in the industry, even if you are someone who uses free software, no matter how great you or that software may be. I'm just trying to get my slides back up here. I'm not sure why JC is being like this, but it happens.
We can see those.
Okay, good. Here we go. So until this changes, the doors of the creative industry will unknowingly remain closed in many cases. But we have the power to change that. And this is why I have come to realize this is one of the reasons why I even founded my company, because I want to actually be the change, as we often say. So that's one of my small parts in this. Companies and management level staff with the power to choose software pipelines can begin to incorporate free and open source tools wherever possible. And also, it doesn't need to be an all or nothing approach unless that works for you. So for example, I own a copy of the Affinity Suite, but use free and open source software primarily. I don't really actually use Affinity Suite for anything serious, but I do own it. And I'm just mentioning this, as a literal example of the fact that you can still have proprietary software in your pipeline. It doesn't mean you have to throw it away. It just means you have to create space for free and open source software in this industry. And we can provide more paid opportunities to individuals of diverse backgrounds and circumstances to engage in the creative space. And case in point, the Outreachy program, shout out to Marie, who actually was one of my mentors during the program and taught me quite a bit. And I also noticed, as she has pointed out before, that it was a case also of horizontal mentorship, which was very powerful. So it was empowering to be on a program where you are being mentored, but you're also able to share knowledge wherever you may have it. So I would encourage us to actually do more of this, because it really is empowering. And when given opportunities, the underprivileged are more likely to give back. I didn't get the stats for this, but case in point, the Humble Bundle program, or whatever you want to call it, it has been noticed that Linux users actually pay more for Humble Bundle games overall, which I found amazing, because we are the least served when it comes to gaming, which is very important, but I don't have time to go into how important gaming is. So to close, let's touch on some key points. Why do we need so many tools that do the same job? Because freedom of means is as important as freedom of aims. And freedom of means is also important because of accessibility, format support, and platform support. Lower costs equals a lower barrier to entry. Open code equals freedom to preserve both tools and products through open formats. Access to high quality free education is imperative, and I cannot stress that enough. This is why, for example, I produce tutorials online for free, because I know myself just how hard it is to get a good education in this industry without having to fork out money you don't have. Even when, for example, in my country, we have free education, even to the tertiary level, it doesn't actually mean that you're getting a good high quality education. So access to free high quality education is imperative. And we can only learn so much from trial and error. I'm a living example of that. To this aim, here are some ways I'm giving back and giving forward. And I already mentioned producing free educational content on my YouTube channel, releasing free tutorials on my dev blog, producing free assets, for example, website templates, frameworks, etc., releasing free assets with my video and text tutorials, mentoring others in person and online, and I have future plans of regularly donating to free and open source software developers and projects. and participating in mentorship programs. And finally, creative freedom may seem like a luxury to some, but to me, it's a lifeline. And that's my talk. All right, so if you have any questions, feel free to throw them at me. I don't know if I have any time left, but yeah.
I think we have one question so far, and we've got a few. So the first one is, some people / students think they have to use proprietary tools to get into the industry. What would you say to someone who's on the fence about switching to FOSS programs?
From my personal experience, the first thing I would say is talk to those who are in authority, because unfortunately, I'm going to keep it 100% real. You may not be given much of an option if you are in a restricted situation where you're not actually allowed to bring free and open source software to the table and use it alongside the proprietary tools that already have that entrenchment. But I would say advocate for yourself, because you have to do that. So if you wanted to switch or you're on the fence, I would say if you have access to proprietary tools to get your foot in the door, use them while you have to, but still use your voice and let those who are above you know, this is what I'm using. These are the benefits of using it, and this is why. Even if you need to write letters and stuff, do that, because you have to advocate for yourself. And if you're on the fence, they will tell you, think about the long-term costs and actually do research, because I've done this myself. It will help you. Basically, that's what I would say.
Perfect. And then the next one is, we can see you already knew Inkscape and other design tools before Outreachy, so I'm curious, what was the most valuable part of the internship for you? P.S. Getting paid is a totally okay answer here, smiley face.
Getting paid was great, of course. I mean, we all love money in terms of having it to do things, but that wasn't my only motivation, or even necessarily a primary motivation. Mentorship goes beyond just a matter of learning, like actual design skills, which I did learn, but it is also learning how to work with others on the team and how to collaborate on open source software in general, learning how to manage your own expectations of yourself and of others. And I would say that my primary takeaway was really learning how to manage both my time and like actually handling a lot of work at once, because I have never been in an environment where I literally had to work on hundreds of designs within a short space of time. I always kind of had like a freedom to do what I wanted. So it gave me structure that I didn't have before.
Perfect. And then the last question is, would you consider being a mentor through the Outreachy program in the future?
Absolutely.
I mean, that was a great talk, Rowan. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that I get to put a face to the name. And yeah, the chat is, I think, just really enjoying. I'm sorry that you were giving really great questions to all of the other speakers. It's really grilling them down. You got a little less of a grill from the others, but thank you so much. And I think that we're going to be going back to a break before our next talk, which will be in about 12 minutes. Is that right, Marie?
Yep, that's right. Before we go on to that break, I just want to remind folks about the attendee survey that we have. I will drop the link in the chat here momentarily. It would be really super valuable to us if you take a few minutes out of your day to give us some feedback about how the event went. I'm dropping the link right now. Yeah, if you could do that, that would be amazing. We always want to improve the event. We always want to get more feedback about like what content you found was most interesting or valuable to you. Things about the platform, the structure, how we have the breaks, how we don't. Another thing is like we removed the socials this year because we didn't feel like they were super well attended, but like if you're really missing that, let us know. So we're just really looking forward to hearing, your feedback about the event. So we are going to go on a 10-minute break. I have some coffee to pour, so I'll be back. I don't know what is up with this whiteboard, but it is once again in the live stream. Do you see that?
1 second, let me check.
Okay, now it seems better. No, it's showing. It's showing on the stream. Hopefully that catches up. I showed over here too. The whiteboard is plaguing us. The problem is if I try to like share my screen or something to get rid of it, my Chrome will crash. Hi, Perry. Oh, Perry is not in. Hi, Perry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Really weird just happened. My connection completely went. Been trying to sort that out in the past 15 minutes. I'm not sure what happened, but I hope you can hear me clearly. I won't be able to turn on my video because I had to step out to find reception for my other connection. I'm really sorry about that.
Absolutely no worries. Yeah, we can hear you. And, we're running this virtual event with Jitsi and Element, and we've been like troubleshooting all day. So totally understand with the technical difficulties. No need to worry about that. We're just thrilled to have you here with us.
Thank you. I'm really sorry. I'm not sure what happened. I've literally been on calls since morning. That's why I couldn't even join the rest of the conference. But like, I don't know what happened. But I just hope this should work. I should be able to share my screen, and then my audio should be good.
Great, yeah. We are having this thing with Jitsi where like the whiteboard keeps showing up. So hopefully when you share your screen, that will go away. But can we test it out now?
Oh yeah, I see. I see that. Let me share. Can you see my screen now?
No, not yet. I'd say try again.
Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Can you see it now?
It hasn't popped up yet.
That's so frustrating. I don't know why it's not letting
Another
me.
option would be you could email one of us the slides, or a link to the slides, and we could share it for you.
Yeah, okay. Let me send let me see. Let me try just one more option. If I open it in my browser and then try to share. Do you see now?
Yes.
Yes. Yay.
Ah, okay. Well, it's been a lot. All right. I think I should be able to. Do you see it clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Looks great.
Okay. So I right now it's just like my slide is showing. So I'm just going to wait for the intros. I'm not going to be able to do any other thing other than just displaying the slides and then the audio.
Yeah, I think since we're so close to the starting time, we will introduce you right now and get the session kicked off. What do you think?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Welcome to the next set of sessions at the Creative Freedom Summit. We are so excited to welcome Perry here today to share with us about why both open source and Africa's future successes are intertwined. Take it away, Perry.
Hi everyone. I'm super excited to be here. Today I'm going to be zooming out a bit from the typical design world to talking about people. And the way I personally see it is kind of like design as a people, but I'm going to be focusing on people from a certain demographic, so a certain region. And then I'm going to talk us through why I think the future of open source is very proportional to the success of open source in Africa. For context, my name is Peace Ojeme Perry, Nigerian from Africa, of course. Currently a core team member at Open Source Community Africa. Currently serving as one of the GitHub stars. And for full time, I'm focused on ecosystem development at the Ethereum Foundation. You can find me on Twitter, X, with the handle you found Perry. I've recently not been so active on social media lately, but you find me tweeting most about open source design, open source within the Ethereum ecosystem. Like I mentioned earlier, our focus today is literally talking about people, and the reason I choose to talk about this is because I think that there are a lot of things that people in the open source space do not know or are not familiar with, and I hope that this talk gives you a perspective as to what is going on in Africa and how much potential this region has, and why you and I should care about the region and try to invest in it. If you zoom into Africa, Africa right now is made up of over 54 countries with a population of over 1.3 billion people. The most interesting fact about that population is that 70% of that population is currently under 30. For people who are familiar with economics today, you'd realize that that's like a lot of potential for an economy to have. There's been some projections, some statistics, like last year in 2023, Business Insider had said that Africa is currently one of the largest growing economy, with 6 out of 10 fastest growing economy in the world being from Africa. And Forbes also projected that Africa in the next coming years will become the hub of global talent. And we've seen that with the rise in technology and open source in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Ghana, and a couple of other African countries. Open source, like we know, has already is already a global force, right? People are already benefiting from open source. It's already empowering individuals like you and I. It's already empowering organizations. People are building projects. People are building initiatives. People are innovating. But the continuous adoption of open source and expansion of open source would constantly provide and present great opportunities for Africa. And we can see these opportunities in economic growth, in innovation, and in digital inclusion. During the course of the talk, I'm going to kind of like show statistics of like our community, statistics from GitHub, from open source engagement that impacted in Africa. Beyond the typical, I mean, just before this talk, I actually experienced one of the biggest challenges in Africa. My internet literally just went off. So right now I'm literally by the side of the road trying to find reception to be able to give this talk. And beyond those literal infrastructural challenges, internet, power, and things like that, for me, I see like a bigger challenge, because even with these challenges, African talents and like developers, designers, technical writers, startup founders, companies are showing up every day to contribute to open source and to continue to grow their tech career or build their company or startup. The bigger challenge that I see is that the broader open source community and the creative open source space and the broader open source community right now is not paying as much attention to what is going on in Africa, possibly because they don't know how much potential is there. But I hope that at the end of this talk, some of you who are here start to pay more attention to the contributors, what is going on in the ecosystem, try to think about how you can get more involved, how you can support the current communities in open source in Africa. I'm going to be talking about the current state of open source in Africa, highlighting some community activities that have been going on, how much growth some of these communities have been able to achieve over the years, and kind of like also show how much involvement the broader open source African space, both the developer space and the rest of the space, have been involved in the broader open source space. For context, majority of the data that I was able to get were solely around like the developer community or like the broader open source community. But I want to mention that for as much developer growth that we experience within the continent, we also have that proportion of growth in the design space in Africa. So while you see this data and think about the developer community, also realize that this same thing is replicated in the design community. I'm going to be zooming a bit into Nigeria and talking about some of the projects. Sorry, my slide is a bit, I can't really utter it. No, it's going to get things really shitty. But some of like the big open source projects like Chakra UI, which was founded by someone from Nigeria, which is now literally an open source, a global open source project, has literally led the way in like developing open source projects in Africa. We find projects like Down4JS. There's currently a repository on GitHub called Made in Nigeria, and that contains like over 50 open source projects that are being developed and built by like open source developers in Nigeria. And you find the same in like Made in Ghana, and like Made in Kenya. I think there's actually also, I recently also saw like Made in Ethiopia also. All these are like GitHub repositories that you can go to and find like open source projects and open source developers that are building and contributing to the space of open source in Africa. Also, like projects like Ushiri has also done like so much activity within the continent around open source and has contributed to the growth of the continent and open source. Streamlining down to community, which is where I'm more involved with, we find communities like Open Source Community Africa, the Chaos Africa Project, Open Source Design Africa, and most recently, the All in Africa by GitHub. Now down to statistics, down to numbers. Why did I come out with that assumption that the success of open source is directly proportional to the success of Africa? This report, this particular image, was a report from Octoverse in 2020. And I kind of like always use this. I still have like a couple of slides that talks about like the most recent one. but it shows how much growth that has happened in Africa within the open source space through GitHub, like the open source developers, between 2019 and 2020. There was a rise and an improvement with a 59% increase in open source developers contributing to open source and building open source tools publicly on GitHub. You also find Tunisia here, you find Morocco here, you find Kenya here, and a couple of other African countries. In the most recent Octoverse, we've also seen like a lot of rise as compared to 2022. Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Morocco, all these countries within Africa experienced above 30% rise in the amount of developers who are contributing to open source on GitHub. These constant statistics have shown that over the years, there's been tremendous growth in open source within the continent. And of course, these are like developer statistics and all, but this is actually also very, very proportional to how much design talent are getting into the open source space from Africa. If you narrow it down to some of the open source communities currently existing in Africa, I'll be highlighting two of them, the Open Source Community Africa and the Chaos Africa. I remember, I still remember vividly, like it was yesterday when we hosted the first Oscar Fest in Lagos in 2020. It was the first open source conference in Africa, and we had over 800 people in attendance. It was very exciting then because we didn't expect that much people to show up, right? And these people came from different parts of the country and a few from like other African countries. And in 2022, we couldn't, of course, host the Oscar Fest in 2021 because of COVID. But in 2022, we saw that number rise again from 800 to over 1,400. So apparently we booked the same venue that we did in 2020 for 2022, and it was filled up. Like people were standing, people were outside, people were just really trying to get hold of like information that were being shared on that day. But you just see people everywhere, and the space literally couldn't contain the amount of people that showed up for the conference. And these persons, not just that they came from within the other areas in Nigeria, some of them flew from like other African countries just to come to Lagos to attend Oscar Fest in 2022. And in the just concluded 2023 Oscar Fest that we had like over 7 months ago, we had in attendance over 2,000 people. And we saw that among these 2,000 people, people from over 19 different African countries showed up. For context, traveling within African countries is not the easiest, it's not the cheapest, right? Sometimes it's cheaper for me to fly from here to France than to fly from here to Kenya, right? So it's expensive. So people are making this much sacrifices just to be able to show up for a festival like this that literally bring like minds who are very, very focused on open source together. Down to the community. In 2020, the Oscar community, the project started in 2017, 2018, officially, unofficially, we're trying to like figure out the direction of the project. Then in 2020, we had 1,000 people in our Discord, like 1,000 community members. This is outside our other social media handles. This is just our community on Discord. And we're able to develop presence in like 5 countries, and we had 15 chapter leads. So we had this program, chapter lead program. You can liken it to like an ambassadorship program or a campus program where you have like individuals pick up communities in their local region and organize events, workshops, boot camps, and hackathon for people within their community. In 2022, we saw that number rise from 1,000 to over 3,000 people in our Discord community outside of other social media. We're able to be present in like 9 countries within the continent, and we had 54 chapters actively organizing events, having workshops, having hackathons, just pushing and talking about open source. We are still currently working on the data for 2023, but I can assure you that we also experienced tremendous growth in 2023. The Chaos Africa is another open source project focused on Africa. And it started in 2022, the June of 2022. And at the end of 2022, which is like 6 months after the project started, they were able to have over 200 people in their community outside social media. And in 2023, they doubled that number and had like over 400 community members. They currently have 2 open source projects that are being incubated in the community, and the community members are currently working on. They have 5 focus groups that are focused on design, development, community management, technical writing. I've forgotten the last one. This is a tweet that I kind of like always I'm always like really excited like seeing, and I anytime I talk about like how much growth that we've achieved in the continent so far around open source, I always kind of like reference this tweet. In 2022, the internship program between December 2022 and March 2023, the outreach program admitted 64 interns, and out of the 64 interns, 55 were Africans. And that's like the highest number of involvements that we've had in outreach over the years. And that applies to other open source programs like Google Summer of Code, Hacktoberfest, and the rest of them. Now, why am I showing all the statistics? Why am I talking about all this? Is so that people begin to pay attention to what is happening within this ecosystem, begin to pay attention to the amount of development and the amount of talents that are coming into the open source space from this ecosystem. In the just recent October 1st reports, GitHub also showed, this statistic is not very clear, I think some edges are called out, but it shows that the peak of open source contributions for first-time contributors peaked in 2023 with 2.2 million contributions within the year. That's like the highest GitHub has seen in over 10 years. And this number has a lot of Africans, a lot of new contributors, a lot of people learning about open source, a lot of people trying to build in open source, a lot of people trying to get more involved in the open source space from Africa. And these ones also include a large number of designers and creative people. So last year, GitHub started this program called All in Africa. And the program is focused on educating people around open source in Africa. And right now, there are no statistics that are currently in the first cohort. Hopefully, before the end of the year, we should get like a couple of like data and statistics from how the first cohort went. For open source to thrive in a place like Africa, we need people from the broader open source community to support and engage the activities that are currently being done in Africa. And that takes you just being attentive to what is going on here, being supportive to what is going on here, and trying to be involved as much as you can in the activities that are going on within the continent. If Africa is lost to proprietary megacorps, open source in the long term is going to experience a tremendous loss from Africa. And I can't talk about open source in Africa without highlighting some like open source projects and companies that have played a vital role and have impacted so much open source work in Africa. The likes of Google Open Source, Mushidi, GitHub, Outreach, Chaos, and Penpots. I haven't said this to the team before, both privately and publicly, but I'm shouting them out here because I really appreciate how much intent they are taking to pay attention to the African ecosystem and involving Africa in their product building and in their community. After Justin attended the Oscar Fest in 2023 and the first Chaos Con in 2023, he made a tweet that aligns so much with me. He said, "The future of open source is Africa," and I couldn't believe less than that, because the growth that we've experienced over the years, the amount of talents that have been able to get into open source in the last 5 years has shown that more attention needs to be put into the continent Africa, and more people need to continue to support the work that we are doing in open source in Africa. Thank you.
That was such an amazing talk, Perry. Thank you so much. I think that we have one question in the doc. You can hear me, right? I know that my connection is a little iffy.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So the first question is, are you aware of any initiatives to cause or engender collaboration between the African open source community and the broader diaspora, for example, the Caribbean?
None that I can think of at the moment, but I can make research and maybe share later if there's any.
Okay, cool. And then I think the one other question that we had actually ended up being answered during the session. However, I'm interested. It's been a while since, I obviously got to hear this talk at Pen Pop Fest, but like it's so nice, like a really refreshing drink, kind of wrapped up in a presentation. How long have you, like yourself, been involved in the open source community, and how quickly did it take for you to feel comfortable there?
Oh, sorry, I think I lost you.
No worries.
I
I
think
can repeat it.
Sorry, my connection is really shabby.
That's okay. I think Madeline's is also a little bit iffy right now. So can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Cool. Okay. So how long have you been involved in the open source community, and how long did it take for you to feel comfortable there?
So I've been involved in open source for as long as I've been involved in tech. Apparently, when I started to like learn about tech and trying to like be myself, I literally said, so I'm 20, very, very involved in the open source space. How long do you think this will be comfortable? Because I started my career contributing to open source, it was quite easy for me to pick up. So a couple of months I stayed as a contributor, basically didn't know anything that they were to build my career in, and open source literally helped me with the people that I met, the connections that I made, the projects that I contributed to, and that helped guide me into basically what I am today in tech. I credit all that to open source. So it's been over 6 years, I guess, from 2017, yes.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, there is another question here. You sort of answered it during your session, but I think then they made it a little more specific. So the question is, are there specific ways that open source software projects can support the growth of the African open source community?
Yes, more awareness. One question that I get a lot is people, designers specifically, asking about how to get involved in open source. So I think there is still a lot of work to do in awareness of like projects that accept design contributions. For example, another way would be trying to support some of the open source communities that are currently doing anything within the continent. Support could come from you coming to Africa. I'm a big advocate of that. Support could come from you sponsoring events. Support could come from you identifying talents within the community and supporting them and helping them grow as open source contributors. It's a lot of ways we can support the African open source community.
Love that. Personally, a huge fan of the Outreachy project, and I always like to talk about them and call them out because it made a huge impact in my life. And I loved seeing the stats that you shared from this past round of
Yeah,
outreach.
actually,
That was amazing.
yeah,
Go ahead.
actually has had like so much impact in Africa, and I can say the same for the Google Summer of Code as well. Hacktoberfest too. These programs have really impacted a lot of people from Africa, and a lot of people are getting into open source through this program. So more programs like that could also like grow support. Like I mean, the just recent All in Africa that GitHub started this last year is also another way to get more people involved in your project and in open source.
Amazing. Well, I think that's all of the questions we have in the chat. Thank you for finding a way to make it here. We appreciate that so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really apologize for the last minute. But, yeah.
Please, no worries. Our thanks go to you. All right. I think we
All
have a
right. Thank
couple
you,
minutes.
everyone.
Yep. Bye, Perry. We have a couple
Bye.
minutes until our next session. I do see that for some reason the whiteboard is back up on the screen. Madeline, are you still there with me? Okay. Is it possible for you to like, so I noticed that I could like unpin the whiteboard and hide it on my screen, but I wonder if like everyone has to do that. Can you you unpinned it earlier? This yeah, that's the problem I'm seeing. So yeah, like it's still showing up in the stream for some reason. I don't know, it's very bizarre. But I think I believe the next talk is the pre-recorded talk, so I can try to get that set up on my side right now. And let me start doing that right now. So here we go. Okay. All right, can you see that, Madeline? All right. Let's see here. If I press play, do you see sound? Do you hear sound? No audio. Okay. Let's try to go into VLC plus Google Chrome. No. Connect. How about now? Was there audio?
Is it playing?
Oh no, I paused it. Like I played it and then I paused it because I didn't. It's like the next session, so I don't want to ruin it for anybody. Let me try again.
I don't think it's coming through just yet.
Okay. Let us see. Let's try connecting these two. Connect.
Hello. So this is the Pacific
Yes.
Northwest of the
Huzzah!
Woo! All right. So I think it should be up and working here. We have just like 2 more minutes. It's got to be playing to stay hooked up. Oh. That's pretty great.
Is on. Yes.
Oh, hi, Tom.
Hello.
We're getting some feedback noises from you. Yeah, just gotta make sure the stream is
Just a second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was having trouble with my own video earlier.
Gotcha. There's the crazy feedback is gone. The sound on your mic is just a little bit loud.
Does Gypsy have a volume control?
You know, I don't know. I think I just usually adjust mine on my system. There is like a noise canceling thing. If you see the 3 buttons at the bottom, click that. It says noise suppression, and I think you can turn that on to help out a little bit.
It says stereo noise suppression not currently supported.
Well, is what it is. Either way, you have your session pre-recorded, so I think I figured out how to play it right here through Gypsy. So I have to press play and then press some other magic button and the audio won't work. So we'll play your session first and we'll gather questions, any questions that come in, and we'll moderate those for you near the end. How's that sound?
All right, sounds great.
All right, here we go.
Hello. So this is the Pacific Northwest of the United States, a land of volcanoes and waterfalls and layers and layers and layers of basalt, etched through by the Columbia River. Columbia River, which in turn was scoured by massive 500-foot floods several times at the end of the last ice age. And today there's a huge number of trails that wander through these natural areas, and also back in time through layers and layers of human and geological activity. Trails change through the year too, as weather comes and goes, animals migrate, flowers bloom, snow falls. Especially with global warming, you never quite know if a trail is going to look anywhere near what it looks like right now. I figure while I kind of have the chance to do it, I might as well see and experience as much of it as I can. And has experience with that, I'd love to know more about that. Anyway, so you're out in nature taking photos, then you get home, and assuming you haven't dropped your memory card in a river, now you have to deal with hundreds, maybe, of photos. And these days, there's a plethora of open source tools to make art with, a lot of very strong opinions about what the best software is to use in any particular circumstance. Many a flame war has been fought over this subject. I personally tend to think no one tool is going to work for everyone or in every circumstance. You might get hired somewhere and they might use particular software. Maybe some hardware only has drivers for one platform. You never know. There's a lot of different circumstances. Using open source tools is also great in the sense that a company is not some other company is not in control of whether you can edit your own images if you happen to be poor and can't pay their subscription fees, for instance. You just need a computer that is able to run the software. That's the barrier to entry, which these days is pretty low. Okay, so let's say you've gone out hiking, you've taken a bunch of photos, now you want to edit the software, you've decided to go with open source software, have lots of photos. Next step is editing. You want to change color balance or levels, color correction, cropping, etc., etc. The particular tool I use for these tasks kind of depends on the ultimate destination of the image. Sometimes there are many different destinations. If I'm going to print out something, I'll generally want super high resolution. Other circumstances, I'll want high bit depth. Like if you have to blend several images together, having high bit depth is particularly useful. If I'm just taking photos to show relatives or post on social media or something, low resolution is fine and don't really have to do too much. The editing needs are not very high. For higher quality, such as editing from raw images out of the Nikon camera or Canons, I've been using Nikons. I don't know, it's just worked out that way. My first pass is usually to use Darktable. Darktable has a huge number of features to it, high bit depth, lots of different color profiles you can use. It's mostly easy to figure out eventually, usually. And most of the changes you make within Darktable are non-destructive too, so you can have your raw file, do a bunch of changes, and you have several different, you can end up with several different versions that you can return to and copy the styles that produce those versions to other stuff. If that high fidelity is not needed, I'll typically go straight into GIMP. Sometimes I'll go through Darktable and then end up in GIMP just for a little extra cropping, or I'm more familiar with GIMP tools. So sometimes I can get things done faster in GIMP than in Darktable. Another common editing task is making high dynamic range images. This, for instance, is taking several different photos of the same scene at different exposure values and then stacking them together to get increased dynamic range. For real HDR, I typically use a program called Hugin, which can not only blend exposures together, but also stitch images around. So like you can take several images around in a circle and then stitch them all together to get a super wide field of view all the way around, up and down. I used to make a lot of panoramas. Now that I have an Insta360, it's so much simpler to just press a button. There's still a lot of stitching errors, so if I want to be super precise, I'll still go back to Hugin and break out my fisheye for the Nikon. Another note about HDR, sometimes if you don't need like super high fidelity, you can use GIMP for quick and dirty HDR by just pumping up the shadow values and just like manually squashing down things. It's you're not going to get super precise color ramps within an image, but if you're only posting it to social media or whatever, it's an easy way to bypass breaking out heavier tools. One note about targets. I often end up with varieties of the same image. For instance, from one source photo, you might need thumbnails, like for the web or something, or preview images. Like if you need to post something on Steam or something, that every platform has different needs for sizes and resolutions and everything. So thumbnails, the original raw files, you might want a version for print, you might want a version for websites. You might want different edits of each of those things, like if you're printing to different formats, like a wall print versus a landscape print or something. This is not an easy problem to solve. It also means that running out of storage space on your hard drive is a real issue. So far, I do not have a solution for that other than buying more hard drives, I guess. Someday there might be a way to like genetically engineer your brain to be photographic, but that is out of scope of this talk. Another problem with having so many photos from so many places and times with so many edits is the age-old designer's problem of collating work. You end up with files like 125_final 6B or something. Everyone does it. I still don't see a good way around that. It's the easiest way in the end. There's different content management systems to try to help you with that, but I've tried a couple, but nothing really makes things easier. So I end up just going back to just a basic file system, making directories by year, by month, and then sometimes by day, otherwise day and event in one file name. It's very easy to sort through those things just with the file browser. You don't need to start up some huge program that may take a while to start and be a little irritating. And it's just using file system to browse things. Very few problems doing that. For general photo management, I've been using Shotwell more or less for a couple of years. It's convenient for tagging. Sometimes it crashes for mysterious reasons on some photos. Not quite sure why that is. The two big ones seem to be Shotwell and Digicam for general photo collection management. I'm starting to use Digicam more. It has a few more features and seems to crash a little bit less. All I need for my purposes usually is just tagging images, which isn't super complicated. I don't need a lot of the features Digicam has, so I don't have to hunt through little buttons if I'm using Shotwell. It's very simplified. On the whole, it does more or less what I want, and it puts everything in an easy to parse SQLite database. So if I need to make another tool, I can just basically parse the database myself, and it's so far been pretty easy to figure out, like set things up. One thing I've noticed about Digicam is that as soon as you start it, it asks you to download this massive 300 megabyte file pertaining to face recognition, but it gives you no information about what that file is. It's like, I assume it's like some kind of AI thing. It's very unclear what it is or where it comes from. Why would you, as an open source software, immediately tell people to download this giant binary file from the internet? It doesn't make me trust Digicam. It seems to be fine from what I can tell so far looking up different forum posts, but still it's an odd choice for open source software. Some future plans I want with my own organizing of stuff is manual geotagging. I know Digicam can do that, like if you don't have your images automatically tagged with coordinates, you can insert them with Digicam. But sometimes that's not quite what I want. Like if there's a lot of, if you ever talk to a mushroom hunter, they have particular spots that they go to, but they never want to tell you where that is. Or if there's an obscure waterfall that doesn't have an established trail or something, you might want to not have the actual location out in the world. So if you have an approximate location with an error bar, essentially, kind of a fuzziness factor to the actual latitude and longitude, that would be useful to have. I'm not sure if Digicam lets you do kind of error fuzziness of location, but that's something I would like to do in the future. It's also for the future, I want to be able to interact more with OpenStreetMaps data. I have one little thing I'll demonstrate in a minute about using OpenStreetMaps with approximate locations to give a little map on web pages. It's pretty easy to set up. I think there's more to do with that, like different trails, or OpenStreetMaps records a lot of trails already, or people have submitted all kinds of different trails, and those tend to be more accurate than Google Maps. So I tend to use OpenStreetMaps when I'm out in the wild. So that's the basics of photo editing. Another way to make art from nature is with illustration. And with illustration, you'll need often, if you're not doing just black and white ink or something, then you'll want color palettes and things like that. Sometimes I've come across in nature, you find a very nice sunset, or like a particular tree that has some interesting coloring, and you want to use the colors from what you see as the basis for a palette for an illustration. So in that case, you might want to have a reusable color palette based on that particular source photo. There's not currently any particular standard format for gradients or palettes. There's been some talk from time to time, like at the Libre graphics meeting, and a couple of flurries of activity online trying to establish a kind of a standard for colors and gradients, but hasn't quite coalesced particularly. Like GIMP has its own format, Inkscape uses some of the GIMP formats, Krita has its own format, et cetera, et cetera. So I've been putting together a tool built in Godot that lets you create a palette or gradient from an image or export to various common formats, like for GIMP or Inkscape or Scribus or Krita. Or there's also one called Swatchbooker It doesn't appear to be actively developed, but that has a wide array of color formats that you can import and export. Hopefully I don't get sued by a certain corporation for similarity to one of their online tools, but I won't dwell. My intention is to integrate this kind of color palette stuff into some other software that I made called Layout, which is, I made it long ago. I kind of keep adding to it. Its development has been a little slow, but I want to incorporate this palette and gradient features to make it accessible in Layout. I used to mostly do just black and white line drawings, but now that I'm getting more into color, I'm trying to beef up the color capabilities of Layout. One of my many unfinished projects. Another aspect of illustration is collecting and referencing source photos. Sometimes I'll just have a bunch of web browser tabs open. PureRef gets an honorable mention here because it's not open source, but it is very minimal and it does one job well. To sort through images, aside from the file system, I'll often use this command line program, rotated if you want. It's very minimal. It does a few things, but I just use it to look at things because it's fast, it's easy to use, easy to access. One thing about searching for places to hike is that you learn all kinds of things about the natural world and humans' impact on it. Take the pika, for example. They live in talus slopes and hate the heat. When it's not snowed over, they stock up on moss and other plants and stick it in their little den. Then so snow falls and they're kind of in their den for the winter, and they go through the food that they've stored. Global warming is threatening these pikas since the heat will make their rocks too hot to live in, and it's difficult for them to migrate because there's usually, outside of those talus regions, there's not really anywhere they can go. So at some point, global warming is going to kind of decimate these populations, unless some crazy genetic engineer makes the pika 100 feet tall so they can have their revenge. I'm using that kind of as sort of a mascot for this one website I've made called Hikertunist, which I'm trying to make as kind of a hiking blog, just as a central place to share artwork that I've made based on going out in nature and hiking around. So I guess that brings us to what about after you?
Okay, I did a quick pause because I see the whiteboard is back and haunting us on the stream. I don't know if you can see that, Tom, but it's been kind of popping up into sessions. And the funny thing is, I don't have it up. I'm curious if it's showing on your screen. You're muted right now.
I see it on the stream through YouTube, but on my Jitsi screen, I see it on the right, but it's not.
Can you click on it and click unpin and see what happens? Let's see if that's reflected in the stream here momentarily. It takes about it seems like 10-15 seconds for it to catch up with us.
So let me hide the whiteboard, so now I don't see it.
Okay.
In the Jitsi.
Oh, what fun. Okay. Let's see here.
What would a conference be without gremlins?
Seriously, we've been haunted by this whiteboard ghost most of the day today. So I think what I'm going to do is it seemed like when I shared the video, it went away. So I'm going to do that again, though just knowing Chrome, I might crash. So I will be right back.
Okie dokie.
Give me 1 sec. I'm going to share my screen again. Hopefully it's unproblematic.
It does look like the whiteboard, it's still here, but it's not pinned.
Right.
So.
Okay. So I'm gonna go back like just a few seconds on the video, and then I'm gonna play it, and I'm gonna connect the pipe wire again.
So at some point, global warming is going to kind of
playing.
decimate these populations, unless some crazy genetic engineer makes the pike.
I think I just lost audio on mine.
Cartoonist stuff. For that, I've been learning how to use Hugo, which is a static website generator. I've used WordMate these populations, unless some crazy genetic engineer makes the pike 100 feet tall so they can have their revenge. I'm using that kind of as sort of a mascot for this one website I've made called Hikertoonist, which I'm trying to make as kind of a hiking blog, just as a central place to share artwork that I've made based on going out in nature and hiking around. So I guess that brings us to what about after you've edited images, you have images laying around and you want to share them on the internet, like with the Hikertoonist stuff. For that, I've been learning how to use Hugo, which is a static website generator. I've used WordPress a lot in the past. Also rolled my own at tomlechner.com, my main art site. But Hugo makes some aspects of long-term maintenance very easy and very little overhead. Well, sort of very little overhead. This is just in comparison to like WordPress and other online things. With Hugo, it's possible to simply update a few files in a Git repository, push the repo, and have a background process compile the website into the static page. You don't need any server processing or anything. It just makes the page, and then it's if you have a domain name that points to the compiled website directory, then once this process is set up, it's very quick to update a website with very minimal overhead. And if you're coming straight into web development without a lot of web development background, there's definitely a learning curve to getting everything I just said set up. But once you do, the long-term benefits are very nice. In comparison, WordPress and my own custom PHP-based solutions sometimes run into problems like your web host updates PHP or WordPress updates. There's always a chance that incompatible versions will break your website in sometimes kind of subtle ways. I've had this happen, and it sucks, and you have to go through and debug. One time I had to track down deprecated PHP calls buried in a WordPress theme before it worked again. With a static website, you generally don't really have to worry about that. It's kind of what you see is what you get. Once it gets built from the Hugo base files into the static site, it's only the static site that gets put on the actual internet, not the intermediate building files. So incompatibility, version incompatibility breakdowns like this are somewhat less likely. Plus, Hugo is a simple executable. You don't have to deal with arcane npm configuration. Usually, you can make it more complicated with different Java or JavaScript libraries and such. But on the whole, so far, I'm liking Hugo quite a lot. It's just easier for me to maintain and edit. A central feature of Hugo is that pages are built from markdown files, which, if you don't know, are basically specially formatted text files that are easy to render into things with light formatting like bold section headings, paragraphs, and basic blog posts or things that are like blogs. Often that's kind of all you need. In Hugo, these are very easy to extend to embedding custom features. For instance, if you go on a hike and you have the latitude and longitude, you can specify those in a post's markdown and then make a shortcode. Hugo calls them shortcodes that generates HTML of, for instance, an embedded OpenStreetMap map that I mentioned earlier. Looks kind of like this. You can do the same for panoramas that you might have generated from Hugin, not to be confused with Hugo, Hugin. You can do for panoramas, make a shortcode to take just the name of the panorama and then generate the HTML necessary to render the panorama. In this case, I found a library called Panellum that works fabulously to render 360 panoramas, just dragging that you can drag around with the mouse. Very easy to set up, very easy to get going. I'm pretty happy with that so far. Doing that with WordPress is a bit more complicated. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with Hugo so far. So now we've talked over kind of the traditional forms of art based on nature, photography, illustration. Now let's talk a little bit about the weirder realm of video game development. As you might be able to tell, it's very easy for me to get distracted by learning new things or going to new places artistically. Well, video game development is a lot of fun in that regard because there are so many different things and to figure out, and so many different things that need to lock together. So many different kinds of artistic endeavor, music, sound effects, illustration, photography. All of these things kind of get mashed together ultimately to create a video game in the end. It's a lot of fun and really interesting. I've been dabbling with Godot for a few years now, particularly to make various stuff in VR with a focus on giant rotating space stations. This has led me to explore various ways to populate game environments with assets derived one way or another from getting out of nature, like seeing how plants grows and playing around with tree generation and leaf generation and vines. This, for instance, is a vine tool I made for Godot. So you can just draw around in a scene, and as you can see, it traces out the vines and populates it with ivy. And this ivy is based on English ivy, which is a very invasive species in the Northwest. The leaves are from photos that I took pretty close to where I live. And some of the tool code that I used for the vine tool, I repurposed to be able to draw bridges between landscape elements. I'm slowly putting together a set of things to help with level design like this. So I can populate like just random levels or giant rotating spaceship levels, for instance. It's a lot of work, but it's fun to work on these things. One thing about video games versus photos or video is the interactivity of it. So that's kind of another dimension of being inspired by nature, like the interactions with wind, with rain, with snow, avalanches, water. There's so much to play with. It's like it's a way to keep on experiencing things. Like if you sprain your ankle and you're stuck at home, or some other thing keeps you at home, you're not disconnected from things that have inspired you before. You can figure out new ways to appreciate things. One of my many unfinished art projects is a video game based around waterfalls. I started this project from scratch a couple of times so far, as there's a lot of complication with flowing water, and it's like a good way to render and show and interact with fluids, which I'm not particularly well versed in. So that's taken a while to research and finding a good way to present that to a discerning video game audience. Well, so I guess that's kind of it for this talk. Thanks for watching.
Wow.
All right.
That was amazing.
Thank you. Thanks for everyone sticking through the 3 days of talks and maybe tuning in at this point.
All right. Back from crash. Well, but I am back, and I hope you can both hear me. Cool. All right. I just wanted to say I loved that so much. And I don't know if you're in the chat, but that blob world you showed at the end reminded me of like the Little Prince. I don't know if you know that. Yeah, that was really cute. And just overall, you hit so many different categories of of creating art. That was just awesome. So we do have a question. Are there any tools that you're aware of that can create color palettes automatically from the predominant colors in an image? I see you're working on one, but I'm curious if you know of any existing tools and have recommendations.
I'm pulling stuff from an image. I didn't really find one other than one from Adobe that's online and free to use. You can sort of drag lines, and it's more sophisticated in how it spaces out points. You don't have to log in. One of the few Adobe things where you don't have to log in to use it. But for open source solutions, I'm not aware of one. I wish there was one like that you could pull from directly from GIMP and Krita and stuff like that. So that's kind of the impetus to make this thing. I'm calling it Paletista.
Awesome. Yeah, I was going to ask as like a follow-up question if you have made that project open or put it out there somewhere so people can work on it.
I have. So I put it on GitLab. I'll post some links in the chat, I suppose.
That would be great.
Yeah, so the Paletista thing is very much a work in progress, so it's pretty rough. I was trying to get the Krita export to work, but there's currently a Godot bug where when it creates a zip file, Krita palettes are zip files basically, but when Godot creates the zip file, it makes all the files have 0 read-write permission, and Krita doesn't know what to do with that. It's apparently been fixed. Someone put a bug report a couple of weeks ago in Godot, so in the next major version, hopefully, that will be fixed, and then my palette thing will be able to export Krita palettes as well as GIMP and Scribus.
Very cool. It's clear that you have like a ton of skills, so maybe for next year you want to come in and do a demo or something like that. We would love to have you show us some more of your knowledge if you're up for it.
I'd love to.
Awesome. Well, I think we made it to the end of the session. Oh, there's another question that just came in. Do you have the time for it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you see similarities in how nature works together and how open source projects work together? And what keeps bringing you back to creating things inspired by nature?
I always like to, like when I talk about art, I always like to bring up a blank piece of paper as kind of a great inspiration because it holds infinite possibilities. And nature is kind of in a similar category to me. It's like, it's so complicated, and no matter what scale you look at it, there's always something going on. And everything happens in relation to everything else. Like there's no, previous to global warming perhaps, there's no like overriding theme across nature. There's so many little ecosystems, and to me it seems like open source is kind of like that too. There's a certain like wildness to it. There's a lot of different little projects, a lot of people just like scratching their own itch kind of, and other teams coalesce and different things form. It's just like a huge kind of organic structure. There are definite parallels, I think.
Cool. I'm reading right now about the kind of the beginnings of open source and Linux and all of that, and it's kind of interesting to have that knowledge and be in this space right now in its more developed form. Though I guess we're only like, if it was like the mid 80s, then we're only like 40 some years into it or something like that. But it's interesting to see how far it's come.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't see any other questions here in the chat. Just want to say thank you so much for being here and putting together this session. It was awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So I think we're about to wrap up for the day. And also for the event. Madeline and Emma, I don't know,
Huzzah.
it's probably kind of late for Emma right now. But
I don't know
Madeline, you go.
Yeah, how do I sound? I know my quality
You sound okay.
Okay.
You sound okay, yeah. my looks like my audio is up. Oh, Emma's joining. Yay. Hi, Emma. Are you there?
Yeah, here. Sorry.
Late night for
night
you.
party.
Yeah, look, it's dark outside.
Thanks for coming on to, wrap things up. I know it's really late for you.
Oh, it's okay.
So yeah, wow. My heart is full. My brain is a little empty. I borrowed that one from my manager. It's been an intense 3 days, but I don't think I can choose like a favorite talk. But I'm so happy and proud and thankful to everyone who participated and attended, and my fellow organizers, and Nikita, who wasn't able to like join on this call, but she did a lot of design stuff for us. Um, it's just reflecting on the diversity of speakers this year, I think was just phenomenal. And I was so glad to hear from people from all over the world. That was just really great to see. And on so many different topics and types of topics. And I think one of the best things about this is watching people come and talk about their like nerdy thing and like how much excitement and energy comes from that. It's inspiring to see, what everyone's kind of doing in their own little corner. So just
Yeah.
some general reflections. Madeline, go ahead.
No, I mean, when you said that, I was thinking about there were so many talks about things that I didn't even know existed. Like I guess if I really thought about it, but like things like I think it was the blender with like buildings. Like I could be walking down the street one day and not even know that like open source software was used to build something. So just things that I'm so glad are that were not in my, you know, hemisphere have been brought into perspective for me. So it's been such a great 3 days. I don't know about you, but my brain is bursting. Too many things.
That might be actually what I'm feeling, but also I think like the hosting and just going all over with like the audio and the video and like this Etherpad and this HackMD and YouTube and
We
it's
couldn't
just
have done it without you, Marie. Honestly, you
oh
are a powerhouse, a wizard, and a sorceress.
I have some very minimal audio skills, but feel like I'm getting, there with Jitsi, like I'm learning its ins and outs and it's like weird things. So I couldn't figure out how to get rid of the ghost whiteboard. Um, it's really interesting to see how open source culture is affecting how things are done, like construction and engineering and that sort of thing. Um, and like the different kind of standards that are being created on the culture in open source. Like I'm very curious to see where that will be in like another 40 years. So, Madeline, do you want to share anything before we move on to like not logistics, but like pushing things?
Me or Emma?
Emma, brain broken.
It's okay. No, I just wanted to echo what Madeline said, that thanks so much for Marie being like the driving force behind this. Like we couldn't have done it without you, especially even like at the actual event, like you hosting all day, every day. So your work doesn't go unappreciated. Yeah. So, and I can't wait to be part of this next year as well. It really is a great event to kind of bring all the creatives together in this nice virtual space. A real nice sense of community in the Matrix chat as well. So
Also,
yeah, looking forward.
that made me think of something where just like I think presenting is its like own type of art sometimes. Because I mean when I'm like in school and my teacher's like presenting about something, I'm like not interested. But like these talks, like I do think it's like really
I cut out for a second.
You did. You're back though.
I think that it's just an art of presenting, and I'm really, really happy with all the presentations.
Yeah, people did an amazing job, truly. So yeah, some of the more like things I want to make sure I run through, which is saying thank you to our sponsors and media partners and everyone who, you know, made Element happen and, you know, Fedora hosting the YouTube channel and those who have supported us with websites and those who have supported us with promotion. I think we had almost 400 people in the chat. I did see people coming and going, but I think we had like about 250 last year. So, I mean, I think that there's some folks who just kind of hung out and never left the chat. I'm not sure they were here this year, but I'm still counting them. And then there was some really interesting things on the YouTube, like analytics. I think on the first day, we had over like 500 views. And then on the successive days, we had like 300 and 400 or something of that nature. So we'll be putting together like a little thing about, you know, how the event went, like a retrospective. But I think it went amazingly, and we couldn't have done it without all of the folks who helped sponsor us and, you know, share the message that we were doing this event. So I want to thank them. I want to thank the speakers who spent time and energy and found internet connections to make it and present to our community today. Super thankful for all of you, and it's so clear that each one of you is doing um, hugely impactful work in your areas of interest. So thank you so much for taking time to share with us, share your knowledge with us, connect with us. And then last but not least, maybe not last, but the attendees for participating in the chat and being engaged and helping us troubleshoot as we went. I think maybe this event was made for Roland because he was here the whole time, like asking all the questions and participating. And hopefully we can rope him into helping us organize next year, because it was just really great to see him be so involved. And obviously, so many other people in the chat were chiming in, asking questions, sharing their experiences, reminiscing, being nostalgic. So really appreciate that energy and that spirit. And you know, just it further grows our community here at the Creative Freedom Summit. And then also thanks to Emma and Madeline. Like, we've been doing this now for over a year, like we did last year's, which probably started, I think, in September or October. And, you know, we started planning this one about in October. So we've all been working really hard to coordinate this and make it happen. And both of you are awesome. And I look forward to our calls every time. It's always a lot of fun to hang out with you both. So now to the actual logistics. Please take our event survey, our attendee survey. We really would love to hear your feedback. I think I've said this almost at every break today, but today's the last day. So this is my last chance to like push it on video. We'll drop it in the chat or remind people about it over the next couple of days, but we would super appreciate you sharing, you know, how the event went for you. I don't know if it's handy for anyone else, but if we could just drop it in the chat. Here's the link. If you could take that attendee survey, that would be awesome. Hopefully it should only take a few minutes. We designed it to be pretty short. Tell us what went wrong or what you disliked, but also tell us what you liked. We like hearing that too. If you are a Fedoran and you have yet to claim your badge, make sure to do that. There is the link there in the chat. So now is the time to grab it. I think that the link expires like tonight. for tomorrow. So if you want to gain that badge, claim that badge now. And then I think a last note is something we mentioned a couple times is we need more folks to help us organize this event. And there's all different ways that you could be a part. It could be small, it could be big. If you are looking for something, I know we all have a lot, but if something about the event inspires you or you see a need that maybe you want to fill, we would welcome more people as part of the organizing team. There's everything from, writing emails and setting up calls for proposals and like communications to making art to promote the event, video editing, kind of doing ambassador type stuff, like going to talk about this event at other events. There's all different kinds of things that you can do to be a part of the Creative Freedom Summit and pitch in on what this event is all about. So I want to say that was the last thing I wanted to share. But Emma and Madeline, am I missing anything?
I don't think so. Yeah, I'm very pleased to see the links that you shared in the element. It's like on Oprah, you get a link, you'll get a link. But I can't think of anything. What about you, Emma?
No, I don't. I can't think of anything else either. I think you have it all covered.
Awesome. All right. Well, Madeline and Emma, I guess we need to have a meeting next week.
A cool, fun wrap up.
Yeah, we need to do a little retrospective, but that we can manage offline. And for now, everyone else, thanks again.